some time and go into, I actually reached out to about 50 educators, math educators in the elementary grades who have been highly successful with their students. And I just asked them so there's the picture of North Summit. I didn't get a picture of being there. Like I said, it's an afterthought going, oh, I should have taken a picture of that. So, and then Alta View, this is the kindergarten educators there, and they had reached out. And I just want to share just a little bit of what I saw. And some of those words that I just presented to you, I saw very deliberate effort. It was interesting as they came in from their recesses when I arrived there to watch the math lesson. They turned the music on when the kids came in, and the kids, while they were getting prepared, were singing 1 to 100. They had this cute little song that they were all just singing along as they were getting their stuff out, putting their jackets away. By the time they sat down, they'd gone all the way from 1 to 100 and ready for the activity that they were doing. On the activity they were doing, anytime they hit a 10, they had a song that, or a multiple of 10. They would sing 10, 20, 30, 40. Anyways, they'd do that. So by the time they got done with the lesson, that 30-minute lesson, they had reviewed so much content. It made me think of my raspberries as I was thinking about this. Just what could I convey to you that I've seen that's been going well. Just the work that in the preparation that went in was creating an environment where what was being produced was going to be highly effective. Go to next slide. So this is kind of my message to leave with you. Preparation plus work equals hope. It equals anticipation of what's to come and success. Work has been on my mind lately, just the work that's necessary to really accomplish things and get things done, both at my house as well as other things that I'm involved in. It's that effort that we put in and that preparation, deliberate and intentional. And I wanted to share one more thing, because Molly brings her quilts in, and Christina sings, and Randy plays the piano, and they've got these great talents, and I'm like, okay, you know how it's a risk sometimes to bring something in that you've done, but that's why I brought in a picture that I painted. This is from a few years ago, and it's deliberate and intentional. When I say that, I'm not really good at painting just abstract stuff. So this is laying the groundwork, digging the hole, right, and then providing for, giving the seed, giving a seed to the child so that they can continue the growth and move on. So it's somewhat of an allegory, but anyways, one thing when it comes to that preparation and work with this, I had 3 young children at the time, so I painted from 4 in the morning till 6 in the morning, and then you can't do it after that, right? Because everybody wants to paint as soon as people start moving. All the little ones want to help mom paint, and it doesn't quite turn out quite the same way. And because it's watercolor, I'm just sharing one more thing. The brick on there, I did all this practice on the side to get it the right texture. Practiced over and over and over and over until it looked like a brick, but also with watercolor. So anyways, we're ending with one more thing. Go ahead to the next slide. This is my closing statement. So listen carefully. Go ahead.
If April showers bring May flowers, what do May flowers bring? Pilgrims.
Did you catch that? I'll say it one more time because it's a little hard. If April showers bring May flowers, then what do May flowers bring? Pilgrims. Have a good day.
Thank you, Member Earl. We'll go on to 1.3, employee recognition. Superintendent Dixon.
Thank you, Chair Hymas. Good morning, everybody. Member Earl, I just have to share the whispers around me. People around me, and I'm sure others in the room, thought that was one of the student art pieces that we had purchased. So well done. So bravo to you. Oh, it's excellent. So, yeah, really well done. Thank you for sharing your talents, Member Earl. I am really excited, as always, to share our Employee of the Month. And so I'm going to ask Dr. Greg Fern to come and stand and just be recognized. The best part of this is just watching the shades of red on our employees' faces, because it's very hard for them to stand and let us brag. And Dr. Fern is no exception to that. So one of the things when I'm in the building, I often love to wander about. And Dr. Fern is somebody that I just always love to run into. He is so caring and kind and concerned and friendly and always positive, always positive. And Dr. Fern works in our school improvement, he works in our Center for Continuous School Improvement. And that's not an easy place to be, because you're going in and working with educators and families and students and saying, how can we ramp things up and be better? People are working hard out in the field, and Greg is always there to help lift a hand and a heart and work side by side. When I work with our education partners who support school improvement, or our principals who are in school improvement, they always comment on how they appreciate working with Dr. Fern, because he's always so positive and caring. The person who nominated him was actually from a different department, which I love. I love when somebody outside of a department recognizes a peer. And this person went on to say that he recognizes the need for compliance, which is a lot of what we do. But he also couples that with innovation in allowing our schools to articulate the needs of their schools. And not every school has the same technical assistant needs. And this is something we've run into over the years with school improvement efforts, where we have an education partner, and the complaint that we've heard is, we kind of all get the same treatment, and it's like raising your children. They all have different needs. And Greg is someone who really recognizes that and works side by side as a partner. He's passionate about his work, and the LEAs that he works with are grateful for the collaboration and support. He's always thinking about the kids first, and how they're impacted by the efforts of school improvement, and make sure to center them in the technical assistance that he provides and the resources that he creates. He's been instrumental in the implementation and success of the Elevate program. And remember, this was kind of a tricky thing where we said, let's try something different. Let's see if people will opt in to school improvement. I mean, who ever heard of doing that? But it's worked, and it's worked well. And we have people raising their hands to get into Elevate, because it's not a label, it's an opportunity to really get the kind of assistance that Greg and his team provide. So he has really helped launch that and elevated, to coin a phrase, to make sure that the schools that are applying really get the support they need. But we are seeing this increase of more and more applying every year. He's also worked hard to make sure that the process is available to everyone, and especially those who have limited resource. So we're really excited to give Greg the recognition that he deserves. He's all the things I just read and more. But one thing I will say about Greg, he is just an outstanding human being. And we feel so grateful that he shows up every day and focuses on kids. So I present to you Dr. Greg Fern for his greatness, and congratulations, Greg, on being recognized. Thank you, Chair Hymas. Oh, you are Chair Hymas.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. My beard is
Hardly
gone. That's
recognized
true.
you.
Yes. Let's move to our education highlight. Kelsey.
Thank you, Chair Hymas. Kelsey James, Board Communications Coordinator. I would like to welcome up Joanna Sorensen, who is our USBE Elementary Social Studies Specialist, along with a special guest, one of our senior youth program student delegates for Utah, representing the great state of Utah on the federal level, Abilene Samant. I hope I'm saying that correctly. Okay. I will let you say it correctly. And we're going to hear a little bit about the Senate Youth Program, so I will turn it over to Joanna. The button that looks like a person.
And red means hot. Yes. Good. Okay. Good morning. It's always such a pleasure to be here with these young adults. They're they're not children anymore. They're young adults, and I have so much respect for them. So I know we have quite a few new board members right now, and so you may not have heard my spiel about the United States Senate Youth Program, so I'll just briefly review that. The United States Senate Youth Program provides high school juniors and seniors with an in-depth look at the federal government. Selected students, 2 from each state, travel to Washington, D.C. for a week to meet with senators and government officials to gain a deeper understanding of the 3 branches of government. The participants have to demonstrate leadership abilities. They are holding positions in student government, civic, or educational organizations, and they're nominated by their high school principals. If they are chosen by their state to be one of the 2 delegates, they receive a $10,000 undergraduate college scholarship to encourage continued coursework in government and history. The program was created in 1962 by the United States Senate and has been sponsored by the Senate and fully funded by the Hearst Foundation since its inception. And that covers all the costs, including transportation, accommodations, and meals for the delegates while they're in DC. The program's purpose or intent is to foster a deeper understanding of civic engagement and public service among promising young leaders within our educational system. So our 2 delegates from Utah this year were Abali Samant. I asked her to teach me, and I'm not a very good learner, so I apologize. Thank you for teaching me. And then Angelia Ford. So Angelia couldn't be here with us today, but just a little bit about her. She is a senior at Salem Hills High School, serves as an officer on the Senior Class Student Council. She's held leadership positions in DECA, been president of FBLA, president of National Honor Society, served 3 years on the Salem Youth Council. She's done debate, Girl State, Freedom Academy, and Close Up Foundation. She's earned the Business and Marketing Sterling Scholar Award. She plans to receive a master's degree in business finance with a minor in political science. Her dream is to be an entrepreneur and manage a successful company and eventually run for United States Senate. I always feel so inadequate when I introduce these. I was like, I don't know what I want to be when I grow up at this age. Abali is a senior at Utah Virtual Academy. She serves as president of the student body. She's president of her school's chapter of FBLA and is a member of the National Honor Society. She served as class president, in 9th and 10th grades. She participates in several community service activities. I love this, such as volunteer tutoring for the past 2.5 years through an organization called Learn to Be. She's also been volunteering for 3 years at Engine, where she helps Ukrainian teenagers improve their conversational English. I know. Abali is an active peer tutor under the leadership of her NHS chapter, and she plans to major in biochemistry and eventually get a doctorate. So I'm going to turn the time over to Abali. She has prepared a presentation for you, and Leah, she's embedded a message from Leah within her slides. We're crossing our fingers that the tech works. If the video from Leah does not work today, then Kelsey will send it out to all of you after the fact. So turn the time over to our brilliant young adult.
Hello, thank you so much for that introduction. As she said, I'm Abali Samant, and I am so grateful to have gotten this opportunity to get to go to Washington, D.C. for a week and get the scholarship. So I just made this presentation with a few highlights from our week. This is a photo of me and my co-delegate, Leah, in Washington. Could you please move over to the next? Okay, thank you. And, that's supposed to be a video from Leah, but I don't know if it's gonna work. Okay, awesome. Could you go to the next slide? Okay, Thank you. Our dates of our Washington week were March 1st through March 7th. So on the first day, it was mostly just, and you can move over to the next slide. On the first day, we mostly just went to Washington. We were like traveling for most of the day, and we got to meet our fellow delegates from all over the country. And there were also 2 delegates from Washington, D.C., and 2 delegates from overseas military bases. So it was very cool to get to know everybody. And the second day, and you can move over to the images. So we first went to Mount Vernon, where George Washington used to live, and we also went to the Smithsonian Museum, and on the bottom you'll see a few pictures from our hotel. It was very fancy and 3-course meals. It was really cool. So on the third day, this was really cool because we got to, I don't think there's any pictures of it here, but we got to go to the Supreme Court, and we got to meet one of the justices, Brett Kavanaugh, and we got to hear from him, so that was very cool. And we also heard from a bunch of other speakers. We heard from the Librarian of Congress, you can see that on the left in the middle there. That's the Librarian of Congress. She was really awesome. And Senator Jean Shaheen. It was very cool to hear from her too. And in the center, that's my military mentor group. We all had military mentors, and it was very cool to be able to learn from them. And the next day, this is very cool. This is probably my favorite day of the week. We went to the National Archives. We saw the original copies of the Constitution and stuff like that. We also went to the Department of State, and we had just so many wonderful conversations. And we also went to the U.S. Institute of Peace, and we heard from Ambassador Fajer from Mexico. Yeah, and then the day after that, we went to NASA, and this is kind of more of a relaxed day, and we also heard from an NBC News correspondent, and we also got to go to the United States Senate. This was the annual Senate reception, so we got to meet our senators, and there's a picture on the bottom right of us with Bernie Sanders, which was so cool. And if you go to the next slide, there's pictures of me and Leah with Mike Lee and John Curtis. So it was very cool to be able to talk to both of them. And the day after that, we got to go to the White House. We got to go inside, and everything was very fancy, and it was just so cool. It was such an honor to be able to go inside there. And we also went to the Capitol. We also got to hear from Amy Klobuchar. Her speech was really awesome. She didn't have that much time, but she still managed to make time for us, and I really appreciate that. And also we heard from Senator Tom Tillis. And then could you move over to the next slide? Thank you. So this was our last day. It was kind of sad. We heard from someone at I think it was Lisa Roth at the World Central Kitchen, and we went to the Arlington National Cemetery, and we also got to go inside the Pentagon and hear from Pete Hegseth. Oh, and I forgot to say this before. When we went to the Department of State, one of the people we heard from was the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio. And yeah, we also got to meet Pete Hegseth and get a tour of the Pentagon. And yeah, the last day we had a farewell ceremony, and yeah, it was very cool. And I think after that, I just have a few photos of selfies with people. It was so cool to be able to meet everyone. Everyone there was so amazing and so accomplished and so passionate. And, I was just inspired so much by meeting everyone there. And we also got to meet our military mentors, which are on the next slide. I've never actually really been around anyone in the military because no one in my family is in the military, so it was very cool to be able to meet them and hear their experiences. And also the next slide, there were so many desserts. So I just had to include that in there. Okay. Well, yeah, and that's the end of my presentation. Thank you so much for watching.
I was a little bit worried about her when she said the day at NASA was a relaxed day, but the dessert slide, now you're okay. Now I'm not so worried about you. Kelsey, were you able to?
Hello everyone, my name is Angelia Ford. I'm a senior at Salem Hills High School and United States Senate Youth Representative from Utah. I'm sorry I couldn't be there with you guys today. I'm currently out of town for spring break, but I'm excited to be sharing with you guys some highlights from our amazing time in Washington, D.C. A little bit about myself, I'm really passionate about both business and government and want to pursue a career in both. I want to run for the United States Senate later in my future, and I'll be attending Brigham Young University this year studying international relations with a minor in political science. Washington Week was a truly unforgettable and transformative experience. We had the opportunity to hear from some really amazing people, tour some exciting and exclusive places, and become friends with the other 103 delegates from across the country. Just to go over speakers a little bit, some speakers that stood out for me were Ambassador Faher from Mexico, Senator Klobuchar, and Senator Tillis. The reasons for this is because they were very bipartisan speakers to us, and they really just taught about how it's important to be bipartisan in the federal government. They gave us a really good candid look at our government and using facts and data. And they pushed why it's really important for us youth leaders to try to be as bipartisan as we can, reach across the aisle, and disagree better. Some places that we went that were my very favorite was the Supreme Court with Justice Kavanaugh. It was so beautiful and a really exclusive look at our Supreme Court. The Department of State with Marco Rubio, it was so beautiful, so cool to be in there. Not many people get to go there. And the United States Institute of Peace with Ambassador Moose was a really cool experience. This behind-the-scenes look really solidified my love for Washington, D.C. and how I really want to be there one day as a senator. The possibly most favorite part for me of Washington Week was meeting, connecting, and networking, and becoming best friends with the other 103 delegates from across the country. They gave me, and I'm sure others, a really unique perspective on our futures in college, and they were so accomplished and motivating for all of us. It was really cool to talk to people from such different and diverse backgrounds from across the country, and just gain inspiration and motivation from them, because they're all so amazing. And I'm sure my co-delegate Aubeli can agree how amazing of a network and connection and community that we have with the other delegates now. We talk pretty much every day on our group chats, and I talk separately to so many of them. I'm so grateful to the Utah Board of Education for aiding us in this opportunity, and the Hearst Foundation for setting it all up for us. Washington Week just changed my outlook and solidified my future plans, and really taught us about the meaning and importance of being bipartisan, as well as taught us about the roles of the federal government in our life. And it lastly just gave an amazing network and inspiration to us amazing youth leaders that are up and coming. And I'm so grateful for my opportunity, and I'm so excited to see what my other delegates do in their futures.
I would like to thank Aubeli and Leah virtually for being able to participate and share some of their experiences here. And I know we are all so grateful and proud for how these young women have represented the state of Utah in our nation's capital. So I'm going to kind of open it up in case there's any questions or comments from board members. Well, we have one of our student delegates here who can speak to that. And I'll leave that to Chair Hymas.
Thank you, Kelsey. Any questions or comments from board members? Member Brinton.
just meet with senators, or did you get to go in the House as well and meet with any of our congressmen or women?
No, unfortunately, we
Was
didn't
just
get
the
to meet
Senate?
any of the House representatives. It was because it's the United States Senate Youth Program, so
Oh,
it's
that would make
organized
sense.
by the Senate.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you for clarifying. Well,
Yeah.
congratulations. That is so
you.
impressive. I wish I could tag along for a trip like that. That's something you'll remember your whole life.
Yeah,
Wow.
For sure.
Thank you, Member Brenton, and thank you for representing Utah and doing well. We'd love to see it. Thank you.
Thank you
both
so
of
much.
Okay.
Superintendent Dixon, would you come do a picture out in the hall?
Okay. With that, board members, let's move on to agenda item 2. This is public comment. Let me just read a few things before we turn it over to the public. The public may sign up to share public comments at publiccomment@schools.utah.gov. The public may send written public comments to the board at board@schools.utah.gov. Public comments are limited to 2 minutes per person. A comment can express support or dissent for regulatory action. Individuals should not use public comment to complain about personnel issues or attack or defame an individual. Speakers making a highly detailed or complex comment should also consider providing a written outline of their words to the board. Please remember that children may hear your comments. Be thoughtful and professional. Keep your comments appropriate for a general audience. If you have material with explicit language or content, submit such material in writing to the board at board@schools.utah.gov. Those who have signed up, we do have a full list today, so I will cut you off at 2 minutes. So if I sound rude, it's probably because I'm cutting you off at 2 minutes. You'll hear the bell and I'll cut you off, okay? So please keep an eye on that. We have projected a timer, but we want to respect everybody who would like to make comments, and so we'll do our best. We will begin with Lexi Cunningham. Will you just press that button and we'll get on. Oh, try it again. Sorry, I may have hit the wrong one.
Good?
There you
Okay,
go.
there we go. Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to share a few thoughts. I'm Lexi Cunningham, representing USSA and USBA. First, as a board, please consider posting a calendar on the hiring timeline for the new state superintendent on the USBE website. I'm sure the hiring committee could agree on a couple of dates that will allow interested parties to follow the process. We do not need an elaborate web page, just a few dates and comments. In the absence of this information, there is a great deal of speculation about the intention of the committee and the board in hiring the new superintendent. The entire education community wants you to be successful and hire a great new state superintendent. If there is something that we can do to support you in this endeavor, please let us know. Next, the DEI resolution that you will discuss later today needs to be tabled. The resolution is very troubling, even the new version. While the resolution is unnecessary and harmful, we are more bothered by the way members of the State Board of Education are portraying the education system in the state. Rather than supporting educators in schools, statements are being shared that are undermining educators and their work, insinuating that there is a culture of noncompliance and a blatant disregard for laws is creating a divide between this board and the education community. Teachers, administrators, and board members are implementing HB 427 and HB 261 and the associated board rules. In fact, both sponsors of HB 261 met with JLC members and provided an overview of the bill and its intended outcomes. The education community wants to make sure that we understand and are positioned to implement all laws passed by the legislator. Educators know that you do not punish the entire class if one or two students misbehaves. It feels like all educators and schools are being punished because of the possible misbehavior of one or two educators. You have board rules to deal with this behavior. Please follow your rules rather than create a harmful resolution that will hurt students. LEAs are committed to creating schools and classrooms that abide by
Thank you,
state law
Lexi.
board rules. Please commit to working with the education community, not against us.
Thank you. Let's move to, and next we have Amelia Landy.
Just press
this button here?
It's on. You're
Oh.
good.
Awesome, cool. Okay, good morning, fellow educators and members of the Utah Board of Education. My name is Amelia Landay, and I am a proud Utah fourth grade teacher. My goal today is to share with you my experiences as a Title I teacher to better inform your later conversation about the DEI resolution. First and foremost, I have the best students. They make this job one of the best I've ever had. Of my 28 students, 17 are English language learners. For some of my students, I am their first formal education experience. This class of students also includes 7 students with IEPs. I have students with reading scores that range from above 5th grade to below 2nd grade. So, when it comes to planning to meet the needs of my diverse group of students, it is imperative that I know my kids beyond their test scores. To do this, I always turn back to the standards set out by this board. Here are some taken directly from the Utah Effective Teaching Standards. Standard 2, Element 3, speaks to planning high-quality, personalized instructional activities that are informed by student progress data. Standard 1, Element 3, emphasizes recognizing learners' diverse backgrounds and perspectives as assets to the classroom community. Standard 3, Element 1 talks about scaffolding learning experiences to meet the needs of all students. What this shows is that you all also see that the identities kids bring into the classroom are integral parts of who they are as learners. Asking us to ignore their diverse backgrounds goes against board policy. Thus, the upcoming discussion surrounding the DEI resolution should not be about subtracting programs, but instead about adding programs that actually address student needs like absenteeism, student mental health, and ways to use AI and other technology in the classroom. We teachers need this kind of discourse from the board so we can collectively raise the next generation of Utahns, people who help build our local economy, take pride in their state, and care for each other. Thank you for your time. Appreciate you guys.
Thank you, Amelia. Next, we have Julie Clough.
Good morning. Thank you for your time. As I looked over the agenda and read a few documents, pondered the news stories that I had read the emails and the social media posts forwarded to me over the last couple of days, I found myself a little discouraged and wished I hadn't signed up for public comment today. But I did. I'm here, so here we go. I wanted to share the Utah PTA mission, and as I was sitting here thinking, I hope that when I'm done with this job in 2 years, that as I come up here, all of you recite it with me because you've heard me say it so much that you know it. But the Utah PTA mission is to make every child's potential a reality by engaging families and communities to advocate for all children. I recently came across your mission, which is beautiful as well, and it's to open the doors of opportunity for all Utah children. I love that. I am thankful for the educational opportunities that my children were afforded in public education. Some of you know my kids. They are very different, they are unique, and they are special, and I appreciate the inclusion that public education gave them. I ask you today, as you make important decisions about inclusion and diversity, that you keep your mission at the forefront of your mind. It's beautiful. It's to open all doors of opportunity for all Utah children. It doesn't matter if they're black, white, brown, tall, small, Democrat, Republican, it doesn't matter. They deserve to have their potential a reality. It reminds me of a quote from Dr. Seuss. Today I shall behave as if this is the day I will be remembered. You will be remembered for the actions and the decisions that you make today. So I hope you make it a good one. Thank you.
Thank you, Julie. Next, we have Linda Snar.
Well, I feel, Linda Snow, I feel much like this gal who just talked here. I feel pretty inadequate standing up here in front of you. I haven't been here in this building for probably, who knows how many years, way back in 1970, late 70s when I was, 75, 76, 77 when I was a teacher. So I'm just going off what I have learned as a parent as a grandmother now, and I have children who are, in the school system, some in this state and out of state. But I feel differently than what these other people have said. I actually am wishing that you would support the resolution that has been promoted here by one of your members. To me, it's a clear stand-up support for our law that our legislators have made. And I just feel that DEI, the words sound nice. Diversity, equity, inclusion, they sound so wonderful and beautiful. But what I have seen personally, what I have heard, and I have experienced some of this from some youth, I think it's not working. And I just think we ought to, you board members should stand up and support your legislators on this resolution to get rid of DEI. And it sounds good, but the results are not good. And I have seen that in my own life. And so that's it. That's all I have to say. Just please do not make resolutions to postpone it. Stand up. A lot of you have felt the same way, but some of you I feel like just don't want to be brave. That's it. Thanks.
Thank you, Linda. Next, we have Christian Hernandez.
Good morning. My name is Christian Moises Hernandez Valenzuela, and I've been a resident at Utah since 2017 after moving from Arizona, and I've absolutely loved it here. I'm a social studies teacher that aims to emphasize how the U.S. has always been strongest when embracing diversity, not only of race, but of opinions. The Declaration of Independence states that all men are created equal, and the U.S. Constitution was designed to create a government representing a diverse population. The U.S. has long been shaped by immigrants, and Ellis Island is a powerful symbol of this diversity. Movements led by figures like MLK Jr. helped push the U.S. towards a society that legally recognized and protected civil rights for all citizens. Contributions from diverse innovators such as Albert Einstein, Nikola Tesla, Cesar Chavez, and others have helped shape America. I've led a program called Latinos in Action, or LIA, which could fall under the resolution to remove DEI programs. The notion that programs like LIA are Soviet style is divisive and misleading. Programs like this embody the very spirit of America and how we can become leaders promoting progress and opportunity. The counter argument is that racial identity programs are unnecessary, but LIA is not about race. It's about providing students with representation and a sense of belonging. It is not identity politics, as the resolution states, but rather about providing students, many of whom feel unheard and overlooked, a space where they can develop leadership skills, serve the community, and find academic personal support among peers with shared experiences. Humans naturally seek connection with those who share common experiences, not to exclude others, but to find strength, understanding, and support. Programs like LIA provide that opportunity, helping students gain confidence that allows them to contribute more fully to society. Cesar Chavez once said, "Preservation of one's culture does not require contempt or disrespect for other cultures." LIA and other programs alike are not about division. It is about uplifting students so they can engage with and enrich the world around them. I absolutely love LIA and would be devastated if
Christian.
Programs like this removed. Thank you.
Next we have Becca Kirkman.
Good morning, board members. I'm here to express my deep concern regarding the resolution directing removal of DEI in Utah schools and the proposal for a drafted letter to President Trump on today's agenda. The resolution is clearly redundant, given the existing Equal Opportunity Initiatives Law, HB 261, which already restricts DEI in K-12 classrooms. And instead, conversation about this resolution has been used to create unfounded claims about LEAs not complying with HB 261. For example, inclusion classes for special education students are mandated by special education laws, not DEI. This is a good reminder that everything we see on social media is not true. I have taught my 7th graders to critically evaluate evidence by considering the source's origin, purpose, and potential biases. Those 7th grade skills should also be used by our elected officials. Furthermore, labeling all diversity, equity, and inclusion efforts as promoting Soviet communist goals are overly simplistic. Many of these principles are deeply rooted in American founding values, ensuring all individuals have an equal claim to natural rights and fair treatment under the law. A broad resolution like this risks unequal treatment for certain groups, contradicting the essence of fairness and equality of opportunity. I am also deeply concerned about the proposal for a drafted letter to President Trump supporting the abolishment of the Education Department. This raises two key issues. According to USBE bylaws, the board should act in the best interest of school children, promoting public interest over private gains. This proposed letter seems to serve the private interest of a few board members' concerns, making for personal political statements. Additionally, the Utah legislature recent track records includes cutting public education budgets, like as we all know, dissolving the Department of Education to place these funds under the state legislature's control, and given their recent actions, I am very concerned about the potential impact this would have on public education. These concerns do not seem to be contemplated by the sponsors of this resolution.
Thank you, Becca. Next, we have Mark King.
Hello, Board of Educators. Before I get started, I just want to let you know, and I just want it to be clear, that what I speak is the truth, and with that, I have nothing to fear. I am a proud member of Latinos in Action, and I have been for about 5 years. And I'm not here because of Latinos in Action. Latinos in Action is the platform that me and a lot of students need to get where they need to be. I don't think I would be here standing in front of you without this program. I don't think a lot of our students would feel at ease without this program. A lot of these students strive and ask for a better life, a better future, a better potential that they see in themselves. I see these students as students of my own. Although I may be just a student myself, these students, I believe, have the same potential, the same endurance, the same ambition that all of us have to strive into success, into excellence. A little bit about me. I am president of Latinos in Action. I've been a 2-time president candidate. I served in student government. I'm American. I'm a part of the American Legion. I'm a boy statesman, and I'm working to receive both college certification for both business and real estate. I ask you guys to please pay attention to our mission. Our mission is to implement academic excellence upon all of our students, not just one group. All students deserve development leadership skills. All students deserve to provide service towards their community, which is what we do. I highly encourage you to take a look at our social media page. That social media page implements so many things that showcases culture, showcases diversity. Diversity is beautiful, folks. It truly is. And it's what brings us together. It's what brings America together as one. It helped me make my own social media campaign to help those who strive towards discrimination and bring unity to all students.
Thank you, Mark.
Thank you.
Next, we have Jose Enriquez. Is he online? Okay, let's move to Dr. Marilee Coles-Ritchie online.
Good morning. I am a parent of former public school children, and I am a former teacher in secondary and elementary schools, and also a teacher educator. I have the pulse on many educators, and I urge you to consider withdrawing this resolution to reinforce House Bill 261. The bill itself undermines these principles that allow students to thrive in learning environments where they feel respected and seen. Sometimes it's not a fish that's going to discover water, meaning sometimes teachers who grow up in one particular culture need to have extra material and reading and programs to help them understand how to meet the needs of those that are different than them. We have a teacher population that is primarily white, but we have a student population that is very diverse in race and culture and language. In my experience, students benefit when they feel a sense of connection and belonging in schools. And this threatens to take away mentorship programs, cultural clubs, and student centers curriculum materials that help these students from underrepresented backgrounds. It helps them to overcome barriers and fully engage in their education. So removing these resources in the name of neutrality fails to recognize that meeting students' diverse needs often requires intentional and responsive strategies. Fairness is not treating everyone the same. We've heard that from educators today. It's by meeting them where they are and bringing in their ideas and culture to connect to the curriculum. The bill restricts educators and institutions from addressing topics like bias and race and historical inequity. These are issues that directly affect students' lives. These are not political talking points. They are realities that students deserve to have the tools to be able to discuss. Classrooms should be places for young people to think critically.
Thank you.
I will be happy to meet one-on-one with any of you on these issues.
Next, we have Rachel Farnsworth, who is also online.
Hi, my name is Rachel Farnsworth, and I come to you as a parent of 2 Utah students and someone who deeply loves this country and reveres its founding principles and ideals. The resolution directing the removal of DEI in Utah schools tries to convince us that diversity, equity, and inclusion are foreign to America, that they somehow belong to communism or Marxism. But I ask you, what could possibly be more American than striving to form a more perfect union where we are all treated with fairness and dignity? In 1776, we boldly declared that all men are created equal. We've spent 249 years working to live up to that promise. Was it Marxist when we ended slavery? Was it communism when we fought for the women's right to vote? Of course not. Those were boldly American. This resolution doesn't indicate a single program targeted for elimination. So which DEI programs are harming Utah students? Is it LGBTQ clubs, ESL services, services for children with disabilities, kindness weeks in elementary schools, acknowledging Black History Month, cultural clubs, IEPs, 504s, programs for girls in STEM? Because all of these are DEI initiatives. During the discussion portion of the meeting for this resolution, I encouraged the 5 members of the board backing this resolution to be specific about which DEI programs this resolution finds to be so threatening as to be eliminated. Please be specific so the people you were elected to represent can decide for themselves whether or not they actually agree. Utah has always stood for community, family, and the belief that we look out for one another. This resolution does the opposite. It turns our backs on kids who need us most and sends a terrible message to them that there isn't a place for them in Utah schools. I urge you to reject this resolution out of patriotism, to stand on the side of the best traditions of the nation and our founding principles, the belief that all men are created equal, and the conviction of inclusion that rings through the halls of Utah schools every day, that liberty and justice are for all.
Thank you. Next, we have Joel Briscoe.
Good morning, Utah State School Board. Good to see you this morning. I stand before you as a retired high school teacher and as a recovering state legislator. I spent 33 years in public education. My experience as a family, my 2 oldest children graduated from East High School. My youngest daughter graduated from a public charter school. My oldest daughter spent 1 school year going to public schools in Germany, living with a German family, and attending our classes in the gymnasium. I believe as a social studies teacher, I taught every required course except Utah Studies. I spent most of my years in the high school. I'm proud of the time I spent teaching kids in regular U.S. history and teaching seniors AP U.S. government and advanced placement comparative government. In AP U.S. government, we studied the studied the political system of the United States for half a year, and the last half of the year, depending upon the year, we compare it to the political and economic system of Great Britain, Russia, the People's Republic of China, India, Iran, Nigeria, Mexico, France, or some of the countries we studied. In the summer of 2020, I was hearing an awful lot about CRT. I knew nothing about critical race theory. I communicated with some professors online, and I bought a couple of books so I could know a little bit about it. I still don't think I understand. I think I understand the basics. We do not teach critical race theory in the state of Utah. I'm struggling to understand some of it, and as a teacher who taught some of the highest courses in this state, it's not taught. Those of you who support the letter of intent, I'm really happy that you support Title I, Title II, Title III, and I want to pose two questions to you. If the federal government does as it looks like they're going to do, will you support Utah filling in the gaps of the funding that doesn't come? And will you publish give us some detail about how you believe the state would administer it differently? I want you to know, as an elected official, I appreciate your time. Whether we agree or disagree,
Thank you,
you're
Joel.
making personal sacrifices, and your family is, and I appreciate you.
Thank you. With that, I want to thank the members of the public who have shared their thoughts with us today and their respectful nature in doing so. And with that, let's move on to agenda item 3, an audit committee report. We have CAE Debbie Davis with us online, I believe. Is she in the building? Oh, there she is. Perfect. Thank you. Debbie, whenever you're ready, we're on agenda item 3.1.
Yes, so there are 2 items on the agenda. This first one, both items coming from the audit committee, and yes, Chief Audit Executive Debbie Davis. Sorry about that. The first item is regarding a prioritization request that the audit committee discussed for an audit of Utah schools for the deaf and the blind. And you can see in the agenda memo that it speaks to, there are some changes happening with schools for the deaf and blind. Of course, this board is the governing board for schools for the deaf and blind, and the legislature recently took action to move financial operations from schools for the deaf and the blind to the State Board of Education. So with some of the movement there, including, of course, the board has established a standing committee for Utah schools of the deaf and the blind. It was thought by the audit committee that perhaps now would be a good time for an audit. Additionally, there was some action with the Executive Appropriations Committee coming from the Public Education Appropriations Committee that there were some questions that they would like answered. So a lot of this is financial based, but there were other questions as well. And those documents from those legislative committees are included and linked in your packet. So Vice Chair Hart is the audit committee chair, and there's a recommendation for the board. I don't know, Chair Hart, if you want to talk forward the recommended action from audit committee, but that's a little bit of background. I'm happy to speak to it further. Essentially, it would be because of the timelines established by the legislature to receive some information, the audit would need to be done quickly. And so the prioritization request is essentially that it would kind of bump up on the list of prioritized audits to be the next one that would be started and hopefully completed in alignment with those timelines. So Chair Hymas and then
We'll hear from Vice Chair Hart. Let me just ask before we jump into this, I guess it's procedural. I can't remember on audit committee, do we need a second on these ones, or is it treated like the other? Okay, so no second necessary, but Vice Chair Hart.
Yeah, I'd like to put the motion on the table and then we can discuss if needed. I move that the board prioritize an audit of the Utah schools for the deaf and blind, including the financial position of the USDB, and add it to the audit plan before the USBE Advisory Committee's audit.
Thank you. The motion is before the board. Vice Chair Hart, would you like to speak to this motion?
No, we tried to do, we tried to put quite a bit of information, as you can see in the background, so that information is available to you.
Okay. Member Carey.
Thank you, Chair. If I could direct a question to Ms. Davis. How long would the audit take to complete and get the results, and what is the anticipated turnaround time?
This is such a good question, and the audit committee discussed in depth what the workload is of internal audit and if we'd have the capacity to do the audit. So there's kind of two deadlines with this that we're looking at. So financial operations will assume administration of financial operations of schools for the deaf and the blind on July 1st. So kind of the first deadline would be to try and get as much work done on the financial position of schools for the deaf and blind before July 1st. That is, of course, recognizing that it's not like a light switch that you just flip on. Our financial operations staff will need to be doing some work in preparation of that. So I anticipate a lot of collaboration if the audit is prioritized by the board. But that would be the first thing that we'd look at is financial position. And then, as outlined in the memo, the Public Education's Appropriations Committee needs information by November. So that would be the second deadline that we would be attempting to meet. And this is a rather large audit, and so I would redirect probably most of my staff to try and do this audit. We would keep one of the audits that we're currently doing is career and technical education. So we would keep at least one individual on that. We are engaged with LEAs on that, and we don't want to lose all momentum. So we'd keep an individual doing that and then try and meet these other deadlines with as much effort as possible to meet these other deadlines, which it would be a fast turnaround, essentially 6 to 8 months to meet those deadlines.
Yep, follow up, go ahead.
Thank you. So if the financial aspect begins on July 1st, presumably the results of the financial aspect of the audit would need to be completed and reported before then? Is that accurate?
Well, this is a little bit of new territory trying to meet these fast deadlines, and so I think it would be working with the audit committee and potentially receiving feedback from the board as to how results are reported out. There is precedent with audits to get information or things that we're finding out to individuals that can act upon that information as quickly as possible. So even if there's not a formal report, some of that information can be relayed, so action can be taken. But yes, we would try and get that in advance of July 1st. And as mentioned, a lot of collaboration would need to happen with financial operations because before July 1st, they will be needing to work on things in order to prepare to take those operations on July 1st.
One more follow-up.
Thank you, Chair. Would releasing information obtained during an audit prior to the completion of the audit be a departure from the typical practice of our audit committee?
I'm sorry about that. So generally it is the board that moves to release audits, and of course audit committee, as you mentioned, recommends release of that. Generally we've only had one report, and so it moves forward and we release information. However, during the process, as mentioned, we meet generally on a monthly basis with the superintendency, so they're aware of things that we're finding. Of course we're getting information from them. So that's a process that has happened. As far as releasing reports at different dates, I don't know that we've done it, but we've definitely seen legislative audit do that, where they start with one audit and then they split it into two. They have a behavioral health, they've split that into three. They have an internal audit that they've now split into two. So taking a concept that's being audited and splitting it as deemed necessary based on what we're finding in an audit is not an unusual audit precedent. Just maybe we personally, internal audit for the board has not done it.
Thank you. We have Vice Chair Wood and then Member Lear, then over to Member Earl.
So I have a question from our USDB Standing Committee perspective. Would we be able to use that information as it goes along? We're in the process of creating this work group that is also legislatively mandated, that is to look at general scope, kind of all of those things that you'll be looking at throughout. But we were looking at a deadline of October for PEA and then November for EAC. Are your deadlines, are we seeing it that way, the same way? And I know on the screen on the memo it said November, but we're looking at it kind of for October. But would we be able to use that information also?
And Chair, if it's okay. Yes, the anticipation of the audit, as with all audits, is to support the work of the board. And so we would want to be cognizant of everything that the board needs from this audit moving forward. So if it is an October deadline, then that is the deadline that we would seek to meet. And then, of course, that's in preparation for November. I think the things that we just have to be careful of when we're doing an audit and following standards is that we're complying with GRAMA and records retention classification. So if something's protected, we're maintaining it as protected. That said, some information can be shared with the board to take action right before a formal release is done. And then also, of course, for board members to make sure you're protected in the work that you're doing in complying with the Open and Public Meetings Act. So we want to be cognizant of that as well, but absolutely in support of the board and what the board needs from the audit.
Thank you. Member Lear?
Oh, you had me in a different order, but thank you. I am very anxious to get on to the next audit item on the list. In fact, it was one that I was particularly interested in. But understanding the timeline that the legislature has imposed without really asking us if we can meet it reasonably, I think it is crucial because of HB 537, the state board and the financial department will be overseeing the USDB budget in a more intense process than it has before. I think it would be irresponsible not to know what we're starting with, not to know the status quo of how USDB is operating and understand all the financial issues. So I think this is crucial as a responsible fiscal manager to understand the current state of USDB, and we absolutely need to do it. The timing is not perfect or optimal, but we were given a directive by the legislature, and I think we need to know where we're starting. So I very much support this, even though it's delaying some things I'm interested in also.
Thank you, Member Lear. Member Earl?
Yeah, I just want to say I do support this. The audit, I think this is a good way forward, especially with what's come from the legislature and their request that this is a good way to get a deep dive prior to November, when we've got to report some things back and when they are also going to be doing some. So I think this gets us that down in the weeds. It gets us the information we need, but it also allows us to, and I think this is what you were kind of saying, is that as we see things come up, that we can immediately start looking at them and saying, what's the processes we could put in place? And I'm grateful we've got the committee that can start to look more detailed at that. So thank you. I support this.
Thank you, Member Earl. Vice Chair Hart?
Yeah, I'd just like to mention that, like CA Davis alluded to, audits can be structured in any which way we want to. So one audit could actually be a couple mini audits so that we can meet those deadlines on the way to a final kind of outcome or project. So we can and we should look at the different components, so to speak, and the different stakeholders and the different timelines and work that into the audit plan. That is something that it will be a little bit more complex. It won't be a one-shot kind of thing. It'll be it'll have a couple of guideposts along the way, and we'll just build that into the plan. So just making that clarification.
Thank you. So the motion before the board is that the board prioritize an audit of the Utah schools for the deaf and the blind, including the financial position of the USDB, and add it to the audit plan before the USBE Advisory Committee's audit. Let's go ahead and vote. Thank you. That passes. 13 in favor, 1 in opposition. That opposition coming from Member Carey. Back to you, Debbie, for agenda item 3.2.
This agenda item is a request for a reallocation, if you will, from the board's budget specifically to internal audit for an additional FTE. This came about when I was meeting with our financial operations staff. We do it every year to plan the next year, talk about any needs that there are, and I mentioned the potential of using our carry forward funds to hire a time-limited position to help with the work that we have in internal audit, and we just the board just prioritized an audit. So, right, there's work for internal audit to do, and I can tell you with complete confidence that all of my staff are working flat out 100% to do the work to support the board. So as part of that conversation, our Assistant Superintendent, Deborah Jacobson, mentioned that a full-time FTE ongoing, it's easier to hire that person and an individual of higher caliber. And so she was very willing to look at the board's budget, and internal audit is, of course, part of the board's budget. So it's just reallocating or moving funds from one place in the board to internal audit, and she looked and identified funds. You can see in the memo approximately $155,000 to hire a staff auditor. It would be starting in state fiscal year 2026, and then internal audit would use our carry forward funds so that we could hire an individual immediately should the board approve this budget request reallocation. But that's a little bit of background. It's just in support of internal audit, continuing to support the board and trying to complete our projects in a timely manner so that the board will have relevant information in your policy making.
Thank you. Any questions or a motion would be in order? Member Vice Chair Hart?
Yes, I'd like to make a motion that we reallocate $155,000 of the ongoing budget, the internal audit of the internal audit department, starting in school fiscal year 2026 to the internal audit department to hire one FTE and approve the internal audit department to use prior year carry forward funds to fund the FTE for the remainder of school fiscal year 2025.
Thank you, Vice Chair Hart. The motion has been stated. Would you like to speak to that motion? Oh, not out of committee, apparently.
I don't need to speak. I don't.
Okay.
I waive.
Okay. With that, let's go ahead and vote. That passes unanimously. Thank you, Debbie. With that, of course, with that, we will move on to agenda item 4. This is the Finance Committee report, and we are going to turn time over to Vice Chair Kelly.
Thank you, Chair Hymas. I'm going to start off by just thanking Executive Assistant Wilcox for helping me out with this. This is my first time as an assistant chair having the opportunity to lead out on Finance Committee, and in absence of Chair Davis being gone, here we go. So the rookie's gonna go, and we'll see how this goes. But item number 4.2, R277632 at-risk add-on funding report. Out of committee, Member Booth made the motion that the committee approves R277632 at-risk add-on funding report, draft 1 on first reading and forward to the board for approval on second and final reading. And that motion passed unanimously. It has been recommended, and I move that that a substitute motion be presented to the board, that the board take no action on R277632 at-risk add-on funding report, and send the rule back to the Finance Committee for further amendments relating to 2025 HB 42.
Thank you, Vice Chair Kelly. The motion has been stated. Do we have a second? We have a second.
I have a point of order.
Sure.
So you can't actually do that
the motion was made, he read that off, and then we made a substitute, then he made a substitute motion. Is that right, Vice Chair Kelly?
Well, to be fair, he read the motion that came out of committee. He didn't make the motion that came out of committee.
He did read the motion that came out of committee, which is the motion before the board. Then he substituted. So let's, we can vote this substitute motion down and go back to the motion that was read out of committee if we'd like. But we have a substitute motion before the board. It's been seconded. Would you like to speak to that, Vice Chair Kelly?
I'll defer to Deputy Superintendent Jones for comment on why the reason for the substitute motion.
Scott, go ahead.
Yeah, Chair Hymas, through you, Deputy Superintendent of Operations Scott Jones. The answer is that by sending it back to committee, we can tie in legislation that occurred and related to specifics to English language learners. So we feel that by having go back to committee, having the committee address those and update the rule accordingly at their direction or at their discussion, debate, and then action is the best course of action at this point to ensure that we are accounting for the changes in legislation, and again, as it relates to English language learners. So I would strongly recommend that the motion be made to send it back to committee and we go from there. Does that help, Chair?
I believe it answers the question from Vice Chair Kelly.
But Chair, by no means am I trying to contradict any concerns by the other board member, the esteemed board member Bogus. So,
of course,
yes, okay.
And we have, so back to you, Member Kelly, or Vice Chair Kelly, and then we have Member Bogus in the queue.
Yeah, just to reiterate what Deputy Superintendent Jones mentioned. Yeah, this is a result of legislation that was passed since that motion was made and approved by Board Member Booth. And so as a result of legislation that has been passed, that's why this substitute motion has been made.
Thank you. I seem to be having a technical difficulty. Member Bogus is not in the queue, but it's showing on my screen. Let's go over to Member Lear as we look into that.
Oh.
Thank you.
I don't know how I'm in the queue, sorry. There you go.
All right, let's turn that light off then, and we'll head over to Member Lear. Thank you.
Well done, Nielsen.
I have just a short question for Deputy Jones, if that's okay, Chair. In this ELL, I cannot remember the bill, HB 42, but was that state money that would go to ELL students or federal money that would go to ELL students?
Chair Hymas, state.
State.
Yeah, was that short answer?
My gosh.
Yeah.
Perfect.
I'm learning, ma'am.
I'm
learning.
reeling.
Yeah.
Thank
State.
you. That's
Thank you.
helpful.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you. With that, the motion before the board then is that the board take no action on R277-632 and send the rule back to the April 4th Finance Committee for further amendments relating to 2025 HB 42. Let's go ahead and vote. That passes unanimously. Back to you, Vice Chair Kelly.
There we go. All right, that was quick. I was hoping that would take a few more minutes for the vote so I could gather some thoughts here. Jeez, guys. I mean, we're just being efficient here. Agenda item 4.3, R277317, Incentive for National Board Certification Amendment. The committee action by Member Hymas made the motion that the committee approves R277317, Incentive for National Board Certification Draft 1, as amended on first reading and move forward to the board for approval on second and final reading. That motion passed unanimously out of committee. The motion for the board then, and I move that the board approves R277317, Incentive for National Board Certification Draft 2 on second and final reading.
Thank you. I noticed that you didn't want Christina to get on you. You've made that
Did-
motion.
did-
Oh, that was perfect.
No
Thank you.
substitute this time. so I-
That was perfect.
Thank you, thank you.
So the
Christine.
motion before the board then is that the board approves R277-317, Incentive for National Board Certification, Draft 2 on second and final reading. Seeing no questions, let's go ahead and vote. Member Hart, do you have a vote? Thank you. That passes unanimously. You're fine. You can finish. I was just taking care of this. Yes, no. Perfect. Thank you. Let's move back over to Vice Chair Kelly.
Yeah, Board Member Hart, no sneaking away while Board Member Kelly's presenting, because we're gonna move efficiently here. So, you know, agenda item 4.4, update on LEA annual assurances document. Board Member Booth made the motion that the committee recommends that the board approves the LEA annual assurance document as amended. The motion passed unanimously out of committee, and I move that the board approves the LEA annual assurance document draft 2.
The motion has been stated. Member Earl?
So much for efficiency, right? So I just have two questions, and this is related because I want to know, the LEAs are given this document. They indicate yes or no. It has a variety of things. We've simplified it over the years. We've got it down to some concise mandated things that are mandated in law. Specific to 53G10-206, equal opportunity in education, and LEA shall submit an annual assurance to the board that the LEA's professional learning is consistent with the rule 53 and the law 53G10-206. The other one has to do with the, let me find it. Anyways, my main question is, what if an LEA is out of compliance? What do we have? What are the mechanisms we have? What can happen if there's a non-compliance? They say yes, we're seeing that they are not complying with provisions of the law, whatever those may be. Is it just that's the way it is, or can we send a non-compliance, or something? I just want to know.
Scott, you want to answer that? Perfect.
Yeah, I can try. Chair Hymas, Board Member Earl's question, the short answer is that we could invoke your rule and go towards corrective action plans. If there's an audit discovery that there's non-compliance with a particular assurance, that would likely be the means of addressing the non-compliance and then resolving the non-compliance as well. Does that answer Board Member Earl's question, sir?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Member Bogus?
So my question would be, through you, Chair, to the Superintendent, does it have to be an audit, or is it just confirmed infractions?
Chair, no, it does not have to be an audit. If there's other means that have identified that there's non-compliance, then we can respond accordingly, but within the laws and rules that govern corrective actions or addressing non-compliance with particular assurances. Does that help answer Board Member Bogus's question, sir?
It looks like it does. Thank you. So the motion before the board then is that the board approves the LEA annual assurances document, draft 2. Let's vote. That passes unanimously. Back to Vice Chair Kelly. Hit that button again.
Thank you, not Vice Chair, Chair Hymas. Appreciate that. Thank you. Agenda item 4.5, recognition of progress, achievements, or improvements. Just the committee information there, the staff were recognized for their work on preparing 438 fiscal note requests. So far, the 2025 Utah legislative session, staff exceeded last year's total of 415 fiscal notes.
And that information's in backup for board members to see, is that correct?
Yeah,
Perfect.
I don't see that this is more informational. I don't see that there's any motion to be made here,
Perfect.
right? With that, I
Conclude your report, yes?
conclude with my report, yeah.
Thank you. Very
So-
efficient, even with board member questions. Board member questions are always part of efficiency, by the way, so thank you.
No, and you know, board member Carey, I watch him, and he's a guy that's in the courtroom and goes by all these rules. In the classroom, I just say what I think, you know. So,
Well, we're about to watch him again as we move to agenda item 5. We'll turn the time over to Chair Carey.
Thank you, Chair. This is our report from the Law and Licensing Committee. Item 5.2 is an information item, and I know we usually just mention that, but if I may, Chair, AAG Beal took the time to put together a very comprehensive review of the 4-day school week instructional time, and it was very informative, and if any of you have not had the opportunity of seeing that presentation, I would ask that, well, I was going to ask that you watch Law and Licensing, but don't do that. Just ask AAG Beal for a copy of that presentation. It is well worth your time, especially as we see more and more waiver requests coming through. So, thank you. Moving on to item 5.3. This is the R277 121 board policy. No, excuse me. This is the board waiver of administrative rules, an amendment, and the motion before the board is that the board approve R277-121 board waiver of administrative rules draft 2 on second and final reading.
Thank you, Chair Carey. The motion has been stated. Member Earl.
I have an amendment. So if you go to, thank you. Let me tell you what the amendment is first. So it would be to strike lines 20 through 25 from the second draft. That's what's being moved, right? Second draft. Okay, and then inserting a line in place of those that says an LEA's written waiver request shall include how the waiver will support the learning environment and lead to educational excellence. And then if I get a second. There you go.
It sounds like we have a second. Can we just give 1 minute
Yep.
for that to come up on the screen to get all board members on the same page?
Yep, and then I'll speak to
And then, yes, please.
the rationale. Yes, 20 through 25.
So you're striking out the language the committee added?
No, not all of it. Some of it.
Go ahead and speak to that.
Yeah, I'll speak to it. The language there adds a layer of complexity that, depending on who's evaluating it from within USBE or wherever, or whatever the health department or we've experienced that over the years. Whatever they decide is the health, safety, or whatever. It depends on whether this moves forward. I think it just stifles initiative. It stifles local schools actually maybe looking at some waivers from things that would be beneficial. But I think they need to tell us how it's going to support their learning environment. I think they need to tell us how it's going to align with our desire for educational excellence. I don't think it will accomplish the same thing, but I think the other just adds a layer of complexity. So.
Thank you, Member Earl. Any other additional questions? Or let me restate the motion that's before us now. So this is an amendment to the original motion, and the amendment is that the board strike lines 20 through 25 from draft 2 and insert line 28 and insert at line 28, parenthesis 3, an LEA's written waiver request shall include how the waiver will support the learning environment and lead to educational excellence. Seeing no additional, Member Lear.
I'm doing this on the fly, so I'm hoping that it'll be reasonably straightforward. I think it's important, well, I won't speak to it, I'll just suggest the amendment, because I think Member Earl has introduced an opportunity of what the LEA requesting the waiver could do in a positive way. I'd like to add to that something that I have thought for a while should be in this, and that also is often in these requests, and I've listened to them for all the time I've been on the board. So I've actually spoken to it before I'm giving you the amendment. But my amended would be support the learning environment lead to, and it would be an additional. You've added a 3. You could either, and the rule writers can tell me if you want to have a run-on sentence or if you want to add an A and B. But the other thing I think we need is any other information, additional information that the LEA finds helpful for the board to make a decision regarding the waiver. And that would allow the LEA, can I continue to speak to my motion, which I've broken up with my motion?
Let's go ahead and make sure we get your motion on correctly, and then we'll get it seconded if
Sure.
there is
I'd
favor
like-
there. And then we'll speak to it. So let's make sure we get it on the
Gotcha.
correct on the screen first. And it looks like after you will get to, yeah.
Let me change that just a little to make an informed decision regarding the waiver. Thanks.
How does that look?
Reflect my
Okay,
motion.
so the motion then is that the board add and, parenthesis 4, any other additional information that the LEA finds helpful for the board to make an informed decision regarding the waiver. Back to you, Member Lear.
And I'm sorry, just a little bit of a grammatical tweak first. The LEA believes the board would find helpful.
Did we get a second on that?
A second.
Second from Vice Chair Hart. Thank you.
And can I just conclude in a couple of sentences? I have found when these requests are made that the better requests come with more information. So I want to make sure we leave the door open and in fact encourage LEAs who are making these requests to give us additional information so that the committee first and then the board can make an informed decision. And so I think some of the information that was in the lines that were struck by Member Earl's amendment could perhaps provide helpful information, and I'd like to leave that door open for the LEA to provide that information if that would be the belief that it would help the board. So that's why I'm making that amendment.
Thank you, Member Lear. And to remind the board, I know I want to make sure we're all on track here. We are speaking now to Member Lear's amendment, not to Member Earl's. So, Member Bollinger.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to speak to the original motion so I can wait in the queue.
Thank you. Okay. So, seeing no lights, let's go ahead and prep the vote. So, again, the motion before the board is that the board add and, parenthesis 4, any other additional information that the LEA believes that the board would find helpful to make an informed decision regarding the waiver. That the LEA believes the board, there you go. Okay, it's on your screen. Let's go ahead and vote. Thank you, board members. That passes unanimously. We are back to the amended motion presented by Member Earl and Member Bollinger. Again, this is to Member Earl's motion. Perfect. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. If I may ask a question to the maker of the original motion.
Member Earl, a question's coming your way. Okay.
Member Earl, I know on your original motion, you started the strike at lines 20. So I just wanted to verify that you are wanting to strike the requirement for an LEA to vote in an open meeting.
Open meeting part there.
Draft 2.
Okay, I just want to
I'm
make sure I'm
looking
looking
at
at the
draft
right
2
draft.
and it doesn't,
It's a
I'm
subsection
not-
B to section, or
D, B, C, and D, but it doesn't, that would benefit, I don't see that in there.
Okay.
So
oh, that
maybe
was
you're
in
looking at draft 1.
Okay, so
yeah.
it's draft 2. So, okay.
yeah,
I
I
just
don't
want to make
want
sure we
that
still have
stricken,
that
yeah.
requirement.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
okay, so the motion before the board then is that the board amend the draft 2, that the board strike lines 20 through 25 from draft 2 and insert at line 28, 3. Well, it would be, yeah, beginning at line 28, is that right? Yes, don't read number 4. Okay. And LEA's written waiver request shall include how the waiver will support the learning environment and lead to educational excellence, and, as we have voted to put this in there, any other additional information that the LEA believes the board would find helpful to make an informed decision regarding the waiver. Let's go ahead and vote. That passes unanimously. That brings us back to the original motion, and that would be that the board approve R277-121, Board Waiver of Administrative Rules, Draft 2 as amended on second and final reading. Let's go ahead and vote. For clarity, we are voting for to move this rule as amended. So if you have other amendments, I would suggest that you vote yes so that you can be on the favoring side, and then you can bring it back. I just need, there we go. Well, that passes unanimously. Back to Chair Carey.
Chair Hymas, if appropriate, I'd like to make a motion to bring back R277-121. I do have another motion pending, and I apologize that I didn't get that in sooner, but I was reading like 672 emails. So,
is there a second to that motion? Is there any opposition to bringing this back? Hearing none. Chair Carey.
Thank you. And I believe Ben said he had the motion queued up. Thank you. And I'd like to speak to the motion when once the board has had the time to digest it.
If you'd like to state the motion, and then we'll digest as you're reading it, and then we'll get a second and go from there.
Thank you. The motion is that the board amend draft 2 as follows. Line 32 through 33 would read verification that the LEA board voted to request the waiver in an open meeting with the results of the waiver request. Line 34, subsection B would read data that support the requested waiver, which shall include, if possible. Line 36, subsection II, community staff and student survey data. Line 37, subsection III, student enrollment data. Lines 116 through 119, 3A, an LEA may request the superintendent to waive the school day and hour requirement in the event of a public health emergency. And line 134, 3G would read, any waiver request granted pursuant to subsection 3 shall be subject to board approval no later than 45 days after it's granted. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Do we have a second? Second from Member Earl. Back to you, Chair Carey.
Thank you. And again, I apologize for the late submission, but as I was reviewing the rule in preparation for the meeting, I noticed that we do request that the LEAs provide us with proof that a vote was taken at their board meeting, but there was no requirement for them to produce the results of that board meeting, and that's line 32 through 33. And line 34, I believe this is necessary just given the volume of waiver requests we are receiving. Law and licensing has 2 more tomorrow. And right now, it's very unstandardized what an LEA has to produce because it say they may produce this, they may produce that. So it's rare for us to be in a situation where we can compare apples to apples. So this says if you have it, you should provide this or you shall provide this. And that would allow us more consistency of the data that we have coming in, which I believe will allow us to better understand are these waiver requests working over time? And I don't believe we can do that if we don't share common data. And again, that's the purpose of line 36, just an attempt to get more data where possible. Same as line 37. That's why we're taking out the or and inserting the and. Lines 116 through 119, and I wasn't here during this period, but it looks like these provisions were passed during COVID. And during that time, the board, in certain situations, would not grant the waiver, but the superintendent. And I understand the need for that, the quickness of action. And so what I'm doing here is, or what I would like to do here is that the superintendent still retains the right to waive the school day and hour requirement in the event of a public health emergency. And that's why we're adding line 134, which is that waiver that's granted pursuant to subsection 3, which is the superintendent waiver's power, shall be subject to this board's approval no later than 45 days after it's granted. And that way, this board retains the ultimate power as to whether or not that waiver should be extended, ended, or otherwise. So thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Member Bogus?
So sorry, Coach.
Don't pull it out.
I know we've got problems with this device today. So through you, Chair, to Member Carey, I'm confused about the language shall that is coupled with the words if possible. So if we're saying shall, then we're providing but you don't have to, which would really just revert back to a may. So I'm trying to reconcile that in my mind. And I'm wondering if you can help me reconcile that in my mind, because I see where you're going, but if it's going to include the words if possible, why don't we just say may?
Chair Carey, we also have, I'd like you to answer if you're willing, but we also have Elise who's willing. So I'm going to turn it over to you, Chair, and you can direct as necessary.
Yeah, I'll try and respond to that question if I may, Chair. So I think that the LEAs do bring all the available information that they have to help us better understand why they're seeking the waiver. But I do see situations like the student survey data. That may just not be something that they have on their waiver request. And Vice Chair Bollinger or someone else on law and licensing, maybe they can correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't know if we've received half a dozen waiver requests. I think maybe only one included data on what the students thought about that. Because I think when they see 4 days instead of 5, we know what their initial survey results may be. So that's why it says if possible, because they may not just have the data. Thank you.
Okay. Deputy Newey?
Thank you, Chair. Just as a little bit of context, we most often see this rule or this waiver being used for like the 4-day school week. However, it is a waiver for any rule. So there's often times where these types of backup documents aren't applicable. One change that we could suggest would be to say shall include if it exists, or pointing to its existence rather than possibility, maybe. Thank you.
I'm going to go back with that comment. I'm going to go back to Chair Carey, as this is his motion to make a decision.
Yeah, I would accept that recommendation, Chair, if we're able to do that. I would just say possibly if available versus if the suggested language. Thank you.
Is there, this motion is before the body. Is there any objection to this word change?
If data is available.
So there's some, let's discuss then. Okay.
Thank you.
Again, we're getting kind of out of line here. I'm going to go back to Chair Carey and see if that's something that he would entertain, or if we need to bring this out formally.
Yeah, I would accept that as a friendly. Thank you.
The question I would have about this, we're getting into data compared to requirements of the waiver, right? So if me personally, I would go with what was originally there. I would have opposition to this motion here.
It's hard to believe these monitors are so big, but I didn't see the data at the beginning of the sentence. So I would say, yeah, I wouldn't accept that as a friendly amendment, just because it does reference data at the beginning. So I would do it for a different reason. Thank you.
So this is the motion. I'm going to look to you, Member Kelly. Would you like to put an official amendment before the body?
No, I'll accept this.
Let's go over to Member Bogus.
So maybe semantics, but grammatically, I do believe it should go after the word data, set off by a positive commas. Otherwise, I don't believe it makes sense in its fuller context.
Not sure what so state that again. You're
So it
agreeing with Member Kelly that
Yes.
we would like it to say include data if available.
Yeah,
Include
or because I think we're looking at a weird sentence there that becomes very clunky, because we're modifying the word data or commenting on it. It just seems out of place.
Is that what you're looking at? Data, comma, if available, comma, that support the request.
So, Carol, hook me up. I think that's the grammatically correct way to say it.
We just had AAG Beal join. She must have something to say.
Not on that directly, I guess, but my concern with if available is just that often in these waivers, when I'm gathering these requests, I'm asking them to create some of this data, right? Like the parent and student surveys, I'm asking them to create that data. So it's not really if available, but maybe if applicable, potentially, because there are some waivers, like Deputy Newey said, where they aren't applicable because it's a different rule they're requesting to waive. But specifically on the 4-day ones, like I'm asking them to create that data. So it's not if it's available, it's if it's applicable to the rule.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Chair Carey, I keep putting you back on the spot. Hey, it's your motion.
Thank you, Chair, and I do appreciate the patience of the entire board. Like I said, it would have been my desire to get this in sooner, but I think it is important to get it right, especially since we're getting so many of these requests. And based on AAG Beal, not only her recommendation, but the time she's invested into this issue, I would accept that amendment if it's appropriate.
So, Member Carey, before we see if there's any opposition, will you just read line 34? Just make sure you're in agreement with this, and then we'll move forward.
That's reads correctly.
Okay. So the motion before the, oh, I'm sorry, Vice Chair Wood.
No, you're fine. Question to the maker of the motion. On, excuse me, lines 116 through 119, where we talk about the public health emergency, and then we insert that waiver has to be approved no later than 45 days. If we're in a public health emergency, that waiver would probably go in effect immediately. So you're saying, and so it's in, so is this kind of a, what's it called when you go back and a ratifying? Are we ratifying the waiver? Is that what you're asking for?
Yes, Vice Chair Wood, that's exactly what this is. This doesn't change the superintendent's ability to immediately waive those requirements. The purpose of line 34 is just to give this board ratification or oversight of that decision. And that's why it says any waiver request granted, meaning it's already happened, we're just reviewing it. That was the intent. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Bogus?
Thank you. I am concerned that we don't have parameters around the language public health emergency. Does that mean that the local principal can claim a public health emergency and submit a waiver? I'm confused as to what that, like, without defining that language, I'm not really sure what you mean, sir. And so can you help me with that? Through the chair, of course.
Yeah, if Chair Carey has a response to that, this appears to be old language. So I don't know if we have a staff member who knows more about that. I give my own thoughts, but I'm
Can
sure
I
you're
tell
not
you my
asking for those.
concern?
Please.
My concern is that we concoct some public health emergency and start submitting waivers, and then there's no metric of what constitutes a public health emergency. Is it, and I'm genuinely being serious here, is it a tornado that comes through and we've got maybe some septic issues nearby? Is that a public health emergency? Are we dealing with something that resembles what we refer to as COVID? Are we looking at something where maybe there's a terrorist threat nearby and we're looking to suspend things long term? I just don't understand what we're defining as, and who gets to call that public health emergency if it's not pursuant to a directive from. That's just my question, is who gets to do that and what constitutes it?
Thank you. And I see Chair Carey's back on. We also have AAG Beal who joined the table again. So Chair Carey.
I would just add generally for the edification of the board that whatever the health emergency is, it must result in the closure of a school. And so there is that limitation factor that's in the current rule. So it would be more than just someone saying, this is a public health emergency. It has to be of such a nature as to warrant the closure of a school. But then I would defer to AAG Beal.
Thank you. So it can't be like 20 sneezes per hour we're cutting down.
Right. So
Okay.
under like F, if you look up to the 3 subsection, the big 3, it's an LEA may request the superintendent to waive the school day and hour requirement pursuant to a directive from the Utah State Department of Health or local health department. So it does have to be declared by one of those local agencies first. And I will say also, yeah, this has been in existence. I've been here for over 3 years now, so I wasn't here obviously during the COVID pandemic, but I have yet to see this used at all. If anything, the ones that go to the superintendent usually result from excessive snow days. And I think at that, I've seen like 3 of them in my 3 years here. So this isn't one that pops up very frequently as well.
Thank you. Member, follow up, and then we've got Member Earl waiting.
So just to be clear, this language doesn't concern you? Okay.
Maybe it's not necessary. It seems like leaving it this way would encompass all those possibilities, plus all those we don't know about, right? That we couldn't possibly formulate, but it does go through a process. So I do think I I just think the articulation that it's a public health emergency suggests that it's got to rise to a certain occasion, right? And I think taking out specifics of who decides is actually beneficial. Like it's, it could be just that. It could be a tornado, whatever. And we're not waiting for certain entities to act on that. It can rise to that occasion as an LEA needs, so.
Okay, thank you. Let me restate the motion, and we will prepare to vote. Oh, Member Bollinger, go ahead.
If I may, just a clarifying question to the maker of the motion. The line that you want to insert at 134, does this mean then if we had a public emergency such as another pandemic, that if there is, it says any request that's granted has to be approved, does that mean that if all 161 of our LEAs have a waiver that we then have to approve all 161 within 45 days?
Chair Carey.
Yeah, so we wouldn't necessarily grant the waiver. That would be the superintendent, but this body would then have to review those the granting of those waiver requests no later than 45 days after it's granted. But the initial granting is handled by the superintendent, and that could be immediate. If that answers the board member's question.
Yeah, I Member Bollinger, does that answer your question? Okay. Chair Carey or staff, again, I hate to put you on the spot here. And I hate what if scenarios, but I'm going to give you one. What if the board votes to not approve it? Do they just go back into, within the 45-day window? If we say, yeah, we approve these 5, but not these 2, they would just have to revert back to their previous practices. Is that what I'm understanding? Chair, and then I've got Superintendent Dixon as well.
Yeah, my understanding would be that it would revert to the state prior to the granting of the waiver. So this board would basically be deciding that the initial granting of the waiver either was improper or no longer necessary. And it would revert to that status before the granting of the waiver. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Superintendent Dixon.
I am just historically thinking about when this has happened. So we'll tuck the pandemic away because that's a whole other conversation. But there was an incident where a rural area was really hit hard with a flu virus, and it basically wiped out the teaching force and about 2/3 of the kids for a week. And in concert with their public health department, which was a regional health department, they determined that they had to, they just didn't have the capacity to keep going, but it was late enough that they didn't really have time to add a day to the calendar, and they had an emergency day that had been used for a snow day. So like all the things were just lined up, and I researched with Angie Stallings at the time and felt like I did have the authority to waive them having to make up that day. Again, it was in consult with the public health department, which at the time fit within this rule, but there were like 3 or 4 rules that came into play. So I just bring that up because I think there will be those anomalies that will occur that will still involve the public health department, that could still involve some kind of health crisis. And it wouldn't have been prudent for me to ask for a special board meeting and try and call you all together to create that waiver. I mean, they just didn't have anybody to show up and teach. So I just want to make sure that there's an awareness of or some kind of instruction moving forward for the superintendent who would get in this kind of situation that I just described. Could you respond to that, either Chair Hymas or
Chair Carey, go ahead.
Carey.
I've determined that everyone at the table will be asking a question, so I'm happy to respond to that. I would say 2 things. One, this doesn't limit the superintendent's ability to act immediately. And if anything, I believe this change gives more power to the superintendent because now you can act without necessarily the state health department or local health department coming in and saying, we've officially declared an emergency. So if that tornado comes through and people are still assessing, but we know it's resulted in the closure of a school, which is the only precondition, the superintendent would have the power to act on that. So I look at it as an enhancement to that power.
follow up.
And I think the emergency rule already applies to any kind of natural disaster. So, you'll have flooding in a school, a fire, any of those kinds of things are covered under another rule. But where this is directly tied to public health, that's why I just wanted to bring that scenario into play, because I think there are 2 or 3 rules that you have to fuss with a bit. So I think you've answered my question, that just knowing that there's a little broader scope than having to have some kind of official sign off from the public health department. I think I heard you correctly, but if not, we'll follow up. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Let's go ahead and let me restate the motion here. The motion is that the board amend draft 2 as follows. Line 32 through 33. A, verification that the LEA board voted to request the waiver in an open meeting with the results of the waiver request. Line 34. B, data, if applicable, that support the requested waiver, which shall include. Line 36, double I, community, staff, and student survey data. Line 37, triple I, student enrollment data. Lines 116 through 119, 3A, an LEA may request the superintendent to waive the school day and hour requirement in the event of a public health emergency. And then insert at line 134, 3G, any waiver request granted pursuant to subsection 3 shall be subject to board approval no later than 45 days after it is granted. Board members, let's vote. That passes unanimously, which brings us back to the amended or the original motion, and that is that the board approve R277-121 Board Waiver of Administrative Rules, Draft 2 as amended on second and final reading. Seeing no comments, let's vote. Oh, Member Lear.
I just have to say publicly, as a board that has complained about red tape and excessive regulation, I feel like this, we've had, I think, successful grantings of waivers for 10 years, rarely had any hiccups with them, and I much prefer the simpler, more flexible language that existed without a few of these motions, or line changes. But I want you to know I did resist the effort to ask to separate these motions. So I am okay with it. I'm okayer with some of the stuff than with the 45-day thing. But I just would like some self-awareness on our part that we're adding red tape, just like we complain about.
Thank you, Member Lear. Chair Carey. Oh, you ready? Okay, let me restate the motion, and that is that the board approve R277-121, Board Waiver of Administrative Rules, Draft 2 as amended on second and final reading. Let's vote. That passes unanimously. Back to Chair Carey.
Thank you, Chair. Just one other item out of lawn licensing, and that is just to report that we had an informational item on Board Policy 2005, complaints against individual board members, meaning the policy, and that will be coming up again in tomorrow's session of lawn licensing. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. With that, let's move on to Agenda Item 6. That is Standards and Assessment Committee Report, and we'll turn time over to Chair Earl.
So the good news is we don't have any action items. But you too can go watch that, on your drive home or popcorn night with your spouse or whatever, to engage in watching the USERV and the NAEP results. Actually, there was some good discussion and information there. There was actually one piece of information, maybe I'll share that real quick, that was very interesting, and it was the decline in scores for girls in your middle school grades, which was very interesting. So I would encourage you to go watch that. There was some interesting trend lines that were an anomaly that I think we're asking, is that nationwide, or is this unique to Utah? And if so, what's the impact of that? So, but you can go watch that, but we don't have any action items, so I would actually ask that we take a 5-minute break.
Okay. Yeah, Vice Chair Hart just told me that we're going into a break, so. With that, sorry, Superintendent Dixon?
Yeah, just an update on the building. So we had work done on the coolers yesterday, apparently, and there were issues there. It may or may not be related to the fire alarm, but we've got all hands on deck. We've got DHRM in the DFCM in the building, and fire alarm company, and we'll bring in fans at the break. So we're trying to get it cooled down, but just wanted you to be aware. We are aware, and I mean, look at Member Hall there, all suited up and not sweating a bit. So, you know, just, you're my gauge, sir.
Okay, board members, let's come back at 11:15. That's 8+ minutes. Okay, thank you. Board members, thank you. Let's go ahead and jump back in. We are on agenda item 7. This is the interagency data sharing agreement. And do we have Katie Chalice, Director Chalice, with us? Yes. Okay. Board members, you may remember this item. It started in law and licensing. It came to the full board, was it last month? I'm 2 months ago. We voted against it. The legislature took some legislation took some action, and here it is again. And so we would like to present this and be compliant with law. With that, I'll turn it over to Director Chalice to tee it up.
Thanks, Chair. Katie Chalice, Director of Privacy. I'm going to be real honest. Anything I was going to say is what you just said. So, is there anything you'd like me to add, Chair?
For me personally, no, because I'm aware of this item and I've seen it go through the process. I don't see any lights. I'm happy. Oh, there's Member Bollinger. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. If I may direct a question to Director Chalice.
Sure.
Director Chalice, in the proposal, it talks about the data that is wanting to be collected for all other K-12 students. My understanding that's schools that are not participating in the study. It does say teacher cactus ID, and I know that was something that we've spent quite a bit of time as a board talking about. With the updates to the law, is it allowable for us to have de-identifiable data for the teachers that are not participating, or is that required by law to have that identifiable?
That's a great question. Can I ask a clarifying question? When you say by law, are you referring to the law that requires the board to share that? Okay. No, the bill does not, the bill that passed and is now law, does not specify that it needs to be cactus ID. In fact, as I understand, the data requesters, the Center for School of the Future, are open to the idea that it be a different identifier. We just didn't have one, although I have what I think is a happy update. So while we do not have unique identifiers other than cactus ID for, I guess we could say, veteran educators, there has been a movement, particularly with USIMS, to move to, it's like a 12-digit ID number. So going forward, should this relationship continue, it's possible we could use that identifier in lieu of a cactus ID. But the short answer is no, the law does not require a cactus ID, but they would need some kind of identifier, and we lack something in our systems that currently, other than cactus ID.
I just have a follow-up. So follow-up question. So then would it be unrealistic to ask for a de-identifying number for teachers given this current circumstance?
I think if the board wanted to make that a priority, staff could do it. It would be more complicated and would require maintaining some sort of data match on the side. So, our staff would have to pull the data, create a unique identifier other than a cactus ID, and somehow maintain that so that when it came time to do another request, they would match against that new identifier they made. So I would say it's doable, but wouldn't be, it would require an extra step.
Okay, thank you for clarifying.
Thank you, Member Bollinger. I'm going to go ahead and put a motion forward. I move that the board approves the interagency data sharing agreement with Utah State University's Center for School of the Future. Is there a second? Second. Thank you. Member Lear.
Sorry, I'm always at the end of this because I'm doing something else. I had a question, I think for Katie. This isn't for the final, is this for the final approval of this? I'm sorry.
Yes, it is.
So I have a question, maybe for Katie, maybe for a staff person who's working with Utah State. My question is, as I read quickly through this agreement, I couldn't tell if this was an ongoing relationship where the school for the future continues to mine data from the USBE, including teacher and student data, or if it was a one-shot picture in time. So can you speak to that, Katie? If that's okay, can
Yeah,
Director
Katie,
Childs?
and we also have Dr. Forbush and a team of individuals as well. But I think Katie can answer that.
That's helpful. I don't need a long response. I
Sure.
just need a brief explanation.
Oh, so I'm hearing you say you'd like me to speak about 15 minutes on this?
At least.
So to answer your question, the program itself is only written to be a 5-year program. So
Okay.
at the longest, unless the legislature renews the program, this is a 5-year data sharing relationship. It would begin with a big push of data initially, and then ongoing, I imagine it would be an annual or maybe twice a year data poll that we would provide to the center.
And then one more brief follow-up that just occurred to me as Katie was speaking. Will the teachers and students whose data are going to be used, will they be notified that their data are going to be used for this purpose?
No, unless a district or charter decided to take that action on their own. I think educators would probably be aware in the districts and charters that are participating, because they would understand that part of the evaluation process is sharing their data. But students, no, unless the district kind of on their own took that initiative.
Okay, that's interesting to know. Thank you very much. Thanks for that.
Thank you. So the motion before the board then is that the board approves the interagency data sharing agreement with Utah State University's Center for School of the Future, USBE 250018 IAA. Let's vote. Thank you, board. That passes 8 in favor, 5 in opposition, 1 abstention. Those in opposition being Member Brinton, Member Green, Member Wood, or Vice Chair Wood, Member Lear, Member Bogus, and abstaining is Member Hall. Thank you. Let's move to agenda item 8, board resolution. And I'm going to turn the time over to Member Bogus to tee things up.
Awesome, thanks. So just in the interest of Robert's rules, I would move that the board approve draft 2 of the resolution directing the removal of diversity, equity, and inclusion in Utah schools.
We have a motion and a second. Back to you, Member Bogus.
So I believe we have another pending motion, and if you'd like me to speak after that, I'm happy to.
So there's the motion before the board currently is that the board approve the resolution directing removal of diversity, equity, and inclusion, DEI, in Utah schools, draft 2. Yes.
Shouldn't we hear a statement about the first motion before we hear the substitute motion?
I've invited Member Bogus to speak to the motion. She has indicated a potential second motion, so essentially she's waived her desire to speak to that, and so I'm going to go down the list. I've got Member Hall, or is that right, Member Bogus? Okay, Member Hall.
Thank you.
I'd like to move to postpone draft 2 of the resolution to the full board meeting on May the 2nd, 2025.
So we have a motion to postpone consideration. Let's just, we'll make sure we get it correct on the screen here, then I'll read it out. You let me know when you're ready, Member Hall.
Okay. Move to postpone draft 2 of the resolution to the full board meeting on May the 1st, 2025.
Is that ready, Member Hall?
Yes, sir.
So the motion is to postpone consideration of the resolution directing removal of diversity, equity, and inclusion, DEI, in Utah schools, draft 2, until the full board meeting on May 1st, 2025. That's been seconded by Member Kelly. Member Member Hall, do you want to speak to that motion?
This definitely it just needs more time. So this is not, it's not good. It's not ready.
Okay. Thank you. Member Kelly?
Yeah, I know that I'm one of 15 board members that have been inundated with emails concerning this topic, and I think that there's a lot of misunderstanding in terms of the intent of this resolution. And I think that the resolution is causing a lot of questions as to what exactly does this resolution achieve and what is the goal. The students, the faculty members that presented Latinos in Action is a program that, I was hoping that Jose Enriquez would be here. He's somebody that I have a deep respect for. What he's done with Latinos in Action is a phenomenal program. And so I would not want any members of the public to in any way be led to believe that it's the intention of this board to eliminate a program like Latinos in Action. I think it's a valuable program in our schools that needs to continue. Provides great opportunities for our youth, for our kids. I actually started Latinos in Action at American Fork High School and recognize the value of that program. And there's other programs, including Unified Sports, that I would not want to mislead the public that that there's any threat of that program being eliminated, or that it's the intention of the board to eliminate that program in any way, shape, or form. So I think, to clear up a lot of misunderstanding, I think this motion by Member Hall, I think, is necessary at this point.
Thank you. Member Reel.
Thank you, Chair Hymas. I'd like to ask a question of the maker of the motion and those that have placed their names on the resolution, if that's all right.
Are you? Let me ask this. The maker of the motion is Member Hall.
Yeah. Well.
Okay.
Yes. Right.
Okay. If he decides to answer, yeah, throw the question out, then he'll decide, I guess.
Yep. I had hoped that we'd come in today and we would vote against this resolution and move on, because to me, there is no amount of work or time or wordsmithing or changes that would give the public or myself any chance of being something that we would actually support and approve. It is something that is taking up a lot of our time. It's unnecessary. We have a law in place, HB 261. I don't care if you list specific things that can or cannot be or are included or not included. I think we overwhelmingly heard from those that care deeply across the state about programs that are impacted and targeted by this sort of language. So I am wondering why we would postpone, and do we believe that there is a space or language that would actually be acceptable and be something that the public would approve of? Because to me, we already have a law in place. We do not need this resolution. There are better things that we could be working on right now, and postponing it is dragging out all of the pain and stress and worry from the hundreds of people that we have heard from. It seems really irresponsible, and I think that we've all seen that this is something that we should just personally vote against and move on to the work that really matters.
Member Hall, you have a response?
I do appreciate everything that Ms. Reels shared, and my hope is that when we get a chance to work on this together as a group, that my heart, I don't believe that this resolution depicts my heart of what I feel on this issue at all. I do believe that we can put something together that sends a message that we are living in a country that's approaching 40% multicultural. And we need, our conversation needs to shift from all the things that divide us to the things that bring us together. And so I hope that as we work towards something here that we can work on together as a board, that it will echo that message. You know, I work with many different groups from many different backgrounds. And what I've got a chance to see that people can come together. It's all about messaging. And I believe wholeheartedly, especially in the United States of America, our messaging needs to change to that. Not focusing on the things that divide us, but the things that bring us together. And so that's what my hope and my prayers as we move forward, that we can come together and put something together that relays that message. Everything that Mr. Kelly said a few moments ago is exactly what I didn't want. And so if that was communicated in this resolution, that's not what I wanted at all. That was not the message that was intended there. So I hope and pray that we can put something together that does communicate the message of my heart, that would echo to the state of Utah, that we want a state that's focused on coming together.
Thank you. Member Booth.
Thank you. Early this morning at about 4:30, as my telephone across the room kept dinging, and I knew that there was a whole lot of important information that I needed to access to be ready for today. I listened and finally got up and saw that there were several hundred new responses from concerned constituents that I've appreciated so much. I'm particularly grateful that just not emails, but I have had many phone calls, which is pretty rare. At least given the last 4 years, there haven't been very many times that they actually picked up the phone and called me, sometimes a couple of times. And so I felt, and I don't know, Chair Hymas, what the possibility or what the correct procedure would be. You can help me understand that. But I wrote very quickly and would seek input from the board. Just a response, a letter in response to our hundreds of constituents. I've titled it to our partners in public education, and I sent it to Kelsey. I don't know whether it's possible for her to get it up on the screen, but I can read it, and then you can tell me if I should just shut up or whether there is a way to our partners in public education, Utah's citizens, Governor Spencer Cox, Lieutenant Governor Henderson. Yes.
Can I just interrupt for a second? So we have a motion in play. I'm not sure if let me make sure I am understanding. You are asking,
is there a way
to send a letter to
in place of what?
In place of this. So
I don't know how to do it.
It would be a substitute motion.
Okay.
But even still, as the agenda item is a board resolution, I'm a little bit unsure on direction in this regard to say, I want to replace the resolution with a letter. I think it's in order.
No.
Substitute motion.
But are you asking to replace the resolution, or are you just asking for this to go out?
I'm asking for this to go out. Whether or not we postpone,
I see.
I want to respond to the hundreds of people that have been sending messages, both for and against.
So you're asking for a response to emails,
Yes.
to inquiries.
Whether if we do postpone, if we vote to postpone, then I don't want to just wait for several weeks and meet, however we meet, and come up with whatever. I want to respond to, while the iron's hot, the people who have been so gracious to share their ideas and their concerns.
Thank you, Member
So
Booth.
whatever.
Yeah, let me take 3 minutes. Is that okay? Board, we're going to take 3 minutes, and we're going to figure out procedurally how we can how this looks. Okay? Thank you.
Sorry, I'm not trying to slow us down here.
Can we have a copy of it? Because I only see the.
Okay, board members, thank you for your patience.
Forward it to the board, yeah.
I would like to read the rest of it.
So
if I have to read it.
Kelsey is going to forward this potential letter to our board members, all of you, each of you. This is not in relation, it is in relation to the resolution, but it would be a different item that Member Booth will bring up after we have discussed and voted on the motions that are at hand, if that makes sense. So we are back to Member Hall's substitute motion. And so let's look at lights here. We've got Member Bollinger.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I want to speak to the motion to postpone this. I want to start by saying our job as a board is to make sure that our schools are complying with the law. However, our board policy number 2003, which talks about board resolutions, clearly states that a resolution is simply an improved statement expressing the opinion of the majority of the board and does not have the force of rule or law. So if the purpose, in speaking to the makers of the resolution, the sponsors, trying to figure out what is the purpose of this resolution. And my understanding is that they want to make sure that HB 261 is being followed. And with the way that it has been written, it doesn't hold any weight in making that happen. And with that, although I do worry about compliance of law, and I think our schools are working really hard to comply with the law, I don't believe that the resolution is the right approach. And as we heard earlier in public comment, is when we have a few that are non-compliant, it doesn't mean that we need to blast everybody. And so I would prefer for us to spend our time actually, addressing specific concerns if that is the case, instead of a blatant statement. And so for me, postponing this discussion will not change my vote. And so I would encourage us to handle the situation today. And in addition to that, I think it's just a bad look for the board. We're creating a situation that makes us look like we're avoiding hard conversations, in my opinion. And it feels like for us to address all of the hundreds of emails that we've received, our constituents and our community deserve to know where we stand, and they deserve to be supported. Our teachers and our students are feeling attacked, whether that's the intent or not. It's the current reality. And so for those reasons, I won't be able to support postponing this, and I will not be able to support the resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Green?
First of all, I've taken time to read through all of the responses that we've gotten in our email. I've had lots of phone calls, I've had texts, I've had it all. I've returned phone calls, and I recognize that there's a lot of confusion about the concept of DEI, which is exactly why DEI has been defined in this resolution, because it gets very confusing very, very quick. My argument is that there are tenets that align to the definitions as written. And I think that we see that nationwide, and we also see that worldwide. And for us, it's a moment to pause and think about, being maybe, a rock in a rushing stream, we're all just going down this, and when that settles, there's just kind of been a lot of destruction that can be left. I do believe that this is a conversation that has needed to come up for a very long time. And we're talking like 5-7 years. And my first example of why these definitions would matter so much and why we need to take the time to discuss them and think about them and look at what is coming in through academia. And I won't take the time to point those examples out, but we can see it at the highest levels of our universities and all the way down to, personal example of SEL lessons that taught, and I quote, that individualism is selfish and collectivism is what we should all do. Collectivism, that in a video shown that it wasn't the first person standing that was the leader, it was the second person that ended up bringing the crowd. Be a follower, that's the true leader. And it is teaching empathy is always the best approach, when if you talk to a child that has been abused, empathy indeed was the point of which right and wrong blended into action unchecked. It is these types of ideologies that stem from very specific places. And if we are so quick to have unchecked benevolence and implement these policies, these ideas, these curriculums, these trainings, we are seeing the fruit of it manifest on a national level. And so I would say it is not irresponsible as elected officials to have the conversation and to bring something in an argument like that to the attention of academia at large and our teachers that are presented with the trainings that they have to go through and with the belief systems that our children are presented. If we do get to the point where we have a terrorist organization video being shown and there is no recourse for that, we are indeed aligning our institutions to belief systems that are anti-Western and anti-American. And I would argue that our parents aren't sending our kids to school with the hope that that's what they come home with. I've also heard that, I guess my argument is that this is a hard conversation. And for the children that have borne those things and have taken it to their parents, and those parents have brought it to us or maybe within the system, and that is revoked and rejected and put back into their laps. That's why that's why I would like to have this conversation, and that's why I think that we need to take a hard look at that. Now the argument, and I'll finish up here quick, is that resolutions, they bear no teeth, they're meant for a statement, and I guess my argument here again, and my support for the resolution, is that it is the first step of many that will be required of us, and that it makes that declaration that there are things proven from the top of Utah to the bottom, whether we realize it or not, if I may offer grace to those that are feeling attacked, unbeknownst to them, that we pause and we take a look at that, and we come up behind this legislation and we say, we're not quite there yet. That's all it is. We're not quite there yet, and that's the truth. And I validate that truth from what we see on a weekly basis. So anyway, with that, I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Member Bogus.
Thank you, sir. So I'm calling this the color-coded draft. It's been termed draft 2. But if we look at that purple language at the bottom, it's clear down there right before the resolved. Believe it or not, this language came from our federal delegation. And if we look at what's happening in California, the USDE is sending letters saying, if you don't, we will X. I know of at least 2 letters that the state of California has received. And so when I had this conversation, they said, I think you guys should consider this. I said, I'm happy to put it in. I'm happy to articulate its origins with your permission. And I think we need to consider this because when our parents and their children do not get redress through the Utah State Board of Education or their local LEA, they are going to that online portal set up by the U.S. Department of Education, and they are reporting their concerns there. And I'm personally aware of over 100. And so I think we need to take this seriously. Whether it's known or unknown, whether it's purposeful or unpurposeful, it is happening in our schools. And when we have educators employed in this state putting out videos on Twitter and Instagram saying, I'm breaking the law and this is how I'm doing it, I think this board needs to take that seriously. And I think we need to have the conversation about how we are going to come into compliance with not only the laws set forth by our own legislature, but what are we going to do as we move to comply with our federal directives. And so, I would like to handle this today, but I understand the desire to have further discussion. And so with that, I yield my time. Thank you.
Thank you. So to restate the motion that's before the board, we'll wait for it to get on the screen. It's ultimately to postpone to next month's meeting. Let me just read it and then we'll go to Member Earl here. To restate the motion is to postpone consideration of the resolution directing removal of diversity, equity, and inclusion, DEI, in Utah Schools Draft 2 until the full board meeting on May 1st, 2025. Member Earl.
Yeah, I'd like to make a substitute or an amendment to the motion. So the motion to what's our motion? That we make it so it's indefinitely, and that allows us to come back with if people want to work with the pieces that they want, they can do that. But I just feel like the way this has gone forward, there's so much I guess I'd have to be seconded, sorry.
Do we have a second? We have a couple of seconds. Go ahead. Back to you, Member Earl.
Yeah, I've gotten tons of emails, the same as the rest of you guys. I just feel like this did not add clarity. People are even more confused. So to continue with this, if people want to put another one together, it doesn't hinder that from happening. I think this gives some closure for the day. And it allows, whoever wants to continue to work on something they can, but I don't think starting from this is where we want to go. So that's my motion.
Thank you, Member Earl. I'm just going to add, I see some lights here. So yeah, let's go to Member Green. Go ahead.
And I think this is just for the public's awareness. Defining it as it is from academic references. And unless you have the definition, it becomes anti-Latino inaction. Without the definition, it becomes anti-multiculturalism. Without the definition, it becomes anti-SPED. You have to get this specific, or else it becomes a punching war. And that's not what we're looking for. We are addressing a systemic issue of ideologies and a framework and a foundation being laid that is, in essence, anti-American and anti-Constitution. Without the definition, you open up for the punching wars. Without it, this is bad. And so we were very thoughtful. That is the purpose. We're not going to let it, I refuse to let it become that, because that's not what this is about. And I feel bad for all of the hundreds of emails that we've gotten that thinks that that is what it's about. All the way down again to an SEL lesson. Individualism, selfish. Collectivism, good. Be a follower, not a leader. You think about those ideals. That's what we're focusing on.
Vice Chair Wood, and as a reminder, the motion before us is to remove the full board meeting on May 1st and replace it with indefinitely.
I appreciate this change because I see us in a spot where whatever we do, we continue bringing concern, frustration, and angst to a large group of people in our communities. I too have a very quiet, as Member Booth stated, I have a quiet district. They don't reach out very often. And yesterday, my phone did not stop ringing. And it was people who were concerned. We should be putting out information that when they read it, it is clear. It is defined. It tells us what it is that we care about in a positive way of what we want for our future. This does not do that. And until people can sit down and define it in a way that all of our community members, I think, talking to Member Earl last night, she said something that I thought was interesting. When there's this much angst, it is not right. And I've seen that with the board. When we can come together and we push and we pull and we iron it out and we come up with the right things, there's no angst. People agree, people come together. We can do this as a board. People have asked me numerous times, how's the new board going? I love this board. I love the differences of opinion. I love where we've come, but we have to work together, and this doesn't do that. And this doesn't do it for the people that we care about and we serve. And my constituents, I call these people my children. I'm trying to do what's best for the children of our state. This doesn't do this. And if we can put it off and people can come together and we can do the push, pull, and find, I don't think a resolution is the answer. If we need to define what compliance looks like, then we need to do that. We need to do our job. We do not need a political statement of what we think should be happening. We need to hold our LEAs accountable with proof, with defined things that are happening. This doesn't tell us. It's like, why do we have all this angst? Why are people saying it's this or this or this? Because that's what this doesn't say. It doesn't say the problems that we're seeing. And so I appreciate Member Earl's motion and will be voting for this. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Member Bogus, then Member Lear.
Awesome. So thank you. I would just speak against the amendment. First of all, I think we're giving the proverbial middle finger to the legislature. I think we're giving the proverbial middle finger to our federal agencies who have spoken very boldly on these issues and have asked us to address them. And when we don't, with motions like this, I think it becomes very concerning that instead of saying, we hear you, we're once again dismissing the hundreds and maybe compounded thousands of complaints about radical DEI in our schools. And so when we say, hey, we're just not ever going to talk about this, that sends the message that we don't care about you. And I think that in order to send the right message, we need to keep it on May 1st and we need to have the conversation. And it might be heavy and it might be hard, but that's what we signed up to do. And if we don't do it, we put it on our children. And it's not fair and it's certainly not responsible to put it on our children. Thank you.
Member Lear.
Thank you. I also cannot support postponing this indefinitely. I think that almost creates more anxiety and ridden situation for the hundreds of emails and phone calls that we've all received. Because now the understanding is, so when are they going to talk about it? What is it going to say? What is it going to look like? Are they sufficiently informed about our opinions? I don't think indefinitely helps. Now, we may understand our practices, board members may understand our practices to say it could be 6 months and we're okay with that, or we're going to work together. But I don't think that says that to the individuals, the experts in many cases, and the families who've been emailing us. So to me, indefinitely does not help. I think there is a good reason to just vote this down and then let someone else bring it back in a different form. And maybe the public will react differently to a different kind of a statement. To the point about definitions are needed, if they're needed, then they're needed in a rule. They're not needed in a resolution that is without any legal merit. So it's possible they're needed, but not in this form, I would argue. So I can't support indefinitely. I think the fact that it's left hanging is not a fair I want to use the word resolution again, but it's not a fair outcome for those people that are concerned in their heart of hearts. What does this mean for unified sports? What does this mean for Latinos in Action? What does this mean for all of those different groups that we've heard about today in person, and then we've heard about in emails that are so meaningful to so many people? So I can't support indefinitely either. I support not supporting this particular resolution and letting someone try their hand at something that's different. Maybe a rule. I feel like we have what we need from direction in the legislature from House Bill 261. I don't like it, but I accept that it's the law. And finally, let me say, I am not one who does trust, forgive me, Vice Chair Wood, but I don't trust this board to be inclusive in discussions. We've seen meetings monthly by a small group that doesn't include all the board members. I don't have any hope and certainty that that would change. So I don't see how the whole board could work on something that some board members believe is needed, and I don't even have the opportunity to say I don't think it's needed, except right here. So sorry to take the time, but I don't support indefinitely either.
Thank you. Vice Chair Hart?
I call the question.
The question's been called. I don't see any of the lights. Well, we're going to say it. Is there opposition to calling the question? Hearing none, let's go ahead and vote. The motion is then to postpone consideration of the resolution directing removal of diversity, equity, and inclusion, DEI, in Utah Schools Draft 2 indefinitely. That motion fails. 10 against, 4 in favor. Those in favor are members Carey, member Wood, Vice Chair Wood, member Hymas, and member Earl. This brings us back to the motion that was made by member Hall. And let's just wait for that to, here we go. And that is to, oh, can we get that screen back on for, yeah. While we're working on that, let me restate the motion that's before us. The motion is to postpone consideration of the resolution directing removal of diversity, equity, and inclusion, DEI, in Utah Schools Draft 2 until the full board meeting on May 1st, 2025. Let's vote. Thank you, board members. That motion fails. 9 against, 5 in favor. Those in favor being Member Bogus, Member Brinton, Member Kelly, Member Hall, Member Green. This brings us to the underlying motion. Just wait for that to appear back on our screens. That the board approve the resolution directing removal of diversity, equity, and inclusion, DEI, in Utah schools, draft 2. Member Lear.
On this?
Call the question. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second. Let's put it to a vote. This is to call the question. Okay. Although we have an 8-6 vote, that does fail since we need a majority. Is that right? 2/3. Are we there? I thought so. Okay. So that motion fails, which means we are back open for discussion. And Member Carey.
Chair, if I may, I just have a point of information, and maybe this should be directed at council, but I'll just put it out on the table. Vice Chair Bollinger observed that we have a board policy 2003 that says that our policies don't have the weight of law or board rule. And when I'm reading the resolution, the second to last sentence directs the LEAs in the state as though it were rule. It says each shall, not may, but shall immediately disband and rescind all associated documents, trainings, programs. So my question is, we're using language that would make this resolution basically into a rule. I always thought resolutions were, it's a new year, I'm going to lose weight, I'm going to get to the gym. This is like saying, I'm making a resolution that you're going to lose weight and you're going to go to the gym. And I think when we do that, we have to use our rule-making authority, not our resolution ability. So I would like to ask council, I guess it should be directed to AAG Abuse, but is this something that we should be even considering, given that this, it appears to be a rule dressed as a resolution? And I want to know if that is something that this body should be voting on, given that it doesn't comport, up to me, to our own policy.
AAG Abuse.
Thank you, Chair.
You would be voting in violation of your own policy. So you would be violating your own policy by making or voting for a resolution that mandates something to happen as if it were a rule or a law.
Thank you.
And you do have a policy also on policies that says that all of your policies are binding on the board. So you would be violating 2 policies.
Follow up, Member Carey, or
Well, she got me with the we're violating 2 policies. I didn't see this, so I'm digesting that. But in light of that, Chair, it doesn't appear that this is right. It just doesn't seem like it should be here. And I want to make clear that I'm not addressing the merits at this point, but just procedurally, I don't want to set the precedent that if we don't want to go through the committee process, we don't want to have the vetting done in committee, and that's one of the benefits of rulemaking. I don't want to set the precedent by saying, well, this is good, well, this is here, we should do something with it, because I think it encourages that type of workaround. So, in light of that, if it's appropriate, well, let me think. Sorry, Chair.
Sure, thank you. We've got Vice Chair Hart, and then Member Bogus, and then Member Booth. And just so, let me just interrupt for clarity here, because Vice Chair Hart and Vice Chair Wood and myself, we don't get to push our buttons to be in line. So if it looks like you're being skipped, I apologize. We don't do that. They just say, hey, I have a question, and then I mentally put them in the queue. So anyway, Vice Chair Hart.
Well, I was going to say something, but now
I'm sorry.
Well, no, I call the question.
Sorry, recall the question. This is a different,
Actually, that's a previous question. I'm calling a previous.
Which question are you calling?
No, I can.
We call the question on Member Earl's motion
that's
to.
not what we're talking about now.
Right. Right now, we're on the main motion.
Right, so I called
And
the
so
question.
the question has been called. Is there a second?
Point of order.
Point of order.
Carol already called the question. We voted it failed.
That was on the amendment. Was it on this one? Okay. Thank you. Okay.
Then,
So
then-
back to you, Member
Yeah.
or Vice Chair Hart.
yeah, we make rules and we administer caps if we have problems in our districts. We do not write resolutions, period. A resolution does virtually nothing besides create chaos. If we have a problem, then we need to look at our rules and write caps, period. And the legislature helped us out with clarifying some of those procedures this year, and I believe we should give those a shot rather than make resolutions and things.
Thank you. Member Bogus?
Thank you. If we could look at the language of the resolves very quickly. So this says nothing other than the bill was signed on January 30th of 2024. It went into effect on July 1st. Here we are 10 months later, and our own agency has not yet completed that process, and our LEAs seemingly have not completed that process because we continue to get complaints of violations. And all this is saying is there's code in effect. There is code in effect, and this body expects you to come into compliance with that code. It doesn't sidestep any policies. It doesn't sidestep anything. It just says, hey, and if that language is something that the body's not comfortable with, then let's float an amendment and remove it. But there's nothing there that creates rule under a sidestepping mechanism. It just says we have laws in place, and this board is affirming the laws that are in place in this state, and we are affirming that we expect our LEAs to come into compliance with the directives of the federal government. Thank you.
Thank you. We've got Member Booth and Member Carey.
Thank you, Chair Hymas. So I've had, you may have noticed in your emails, there were a lot of responses from Provo District. All of the board, superintendent, tons of teachers, student body presidents, tons of students. And living in Spanish Fork, I've had a lot of feedback from my neighbors and the people that I worked with for 16 years. I know that this board is not afraid of the work that needs to be done. I resonate with Board Member Green's assertion that we need to be specific, because when we say we're not in compliance or we have hundreds of reports that this is not, the people that I'm working with in my districts are looking at me with big eyes going, what? show me help us know what we've got to do to be in compliance, because we have worked our socks off to get ourselves and to communicate with our LEA, with our teachers, with our administrators, so that we are in compliance with 261. So I think we have work to do, and whether it's compliance with, it's very clear, 261 is clear. These are the things you do, these are the things you don't do. So if we need to be more clear and get a rule in place that helps them understand things that they're doing that they don't know that they're doing, as far as they're feeling guilty, I don't think anybody in the two districts that I'm representing feels guilty. They feel like they're on top of it, and they're trying to respond if anything comes up, anything comes to their attention. There's no one in Nebo or Provo who would want to be not in compliance with the law of the state of Utah. So I'm just eager for us to do the work. I'm eager to do the definitions. I'm eager to whatever it takes for a committee or however you organize it. We need to be able to be clear. We can't make a blanket statement that says we're not in compliance and you've got 60 days to do it or you're in big trouble. They think that they're doing it. At the state level, I think that we think we're doing it. So I would love to hear the very specific examples that show that there is not compliance and indicate ways that we can be more clear in our explanation of the law through our rulemaking, so that everyone can be in compliance and we can still differentiate between the definitions of DEI, as those words were once used for generations of time, and how we used those three no words to meet the specific needs of children, and how those children and those students are still having their needs met, even though we don't say those words anymore. What words do we say in order to meet those needs? Because just because we don't use those words, and just because whatever the definitions and everything else is that we've got to get in place, doesn't mean that we still don't have children whose needs need to be met individually. So how do we do the work? What would be our plan as we go forward? I would love to hear from leadership or whoever wants to give us some suggestions, but we can't back away from this. This is important for our children. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Carey.
Chair, thank you. I'd like to make a motion and then speak to it if I may. And my motion is going to be that this body indefinitely, that this matter be tabled indefinitely, and then I'd like to speak to the motion. No. It's my understanding the last motion was a motion to postpone indefinitely. This would be a motion to table indefinitely.
Let me look at, let's just take a second here. The motion that has been suggested is that the board table the motion indefinitely. We are going to just look and see if that is in order, so just give us a couple minutes. If it is, we'll seek a second and speak to it. If not, then we'll go from there. Thank you. After looking through Robert's rules, it looks like that's not going to work at this time. So that brings us back to the original motion which is that the board approve the resolution directing removal of diversity, equity, and inclusion, DEI, in Utah schools, draft 2. I've got Member Bogus, Member Brenton, and Member Earl lined up.
With your permission, Chair.
Question?
Sorry, you gave the order, but you didn't actually call on me. So I'm just trying to be respectful.
Please, Member Bogus.
Okay. So if I could draw our attention to the code lines in particular, I'm looking at what is cited here as 53B 118. And in this section, clear down in C, little 2L, interestingly enough, it is a violation of the law to operate programs, and I'm quoting the law in this state, quote, referred to or named diversity, equity, and inclusion. So regardless of the prohibited discriminatory practices that we get complaints about all the time, and that there's allegations of not following this code, this alone says we have a problem. Because the code, whether we agree with it or disagree with it, says you can't even name it that. And so we really need to consider, it says on 2, prohibited discriminatory practice also means engaging in or maintaining a policy, procedure, practice, program, office, initiative, or required training that is referred to or named diversity, equity, and inclusion. And while some of those things under that banner may not actually violate whatever comes above L, we've got problems if we're still in this space. And so that alone, I think we need to look at, because just that alone is an issue.
We've got to create some new words.
And well, we've got to do something, because we've got confusion, we've got obfuscation, we've got, again, teachers making videos and posting them on the internet about how they're breaking the law. It's very weird to me, but we still need to have a conversation. And it's clear to me that conversation needs had. And I think that postponing this to May 2 is appropriate at this time, because I'm not certain that we're equipped. Well, I'm equipped. I can throw 50 examples for you. We can put them on the screen. But I don't think that's where this body wants to go today. I think they would rather take the 30 days, if that's the will of the group, and have this conversation. And so I appreciate your time, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. We've got a comment just briefly from Superintendent Dixon, and then we're back to Member Brenton.
Thank you, Chair Hymas. If you can scroll back to the line that Member Bogus just referenced with the 3 terms together. So L, I appreciate you highlighting that. I think that might be a point where we could get some legal advice, because when the law was passed, the conversation was had and clarified, can those terms be used? This was a huge point of discussion. And the answer was they can be used, but not together. So there's not this is the feedback we received both from council, and it was, you can go back and look at some of the debates, because this was big for us, trying to understand. We have inclusionary practices in special education. That's where that term came from many, many years ago, and we are very intentional about making sure that our students with the disabilities are included in general education services and have access to content. That is federal law. So we have had concerns about you're using the word inclusion, and it really means this. Well, what it means in this office and what we support is inclusionary practices for students with disabilities. The word equity can be found, the word diversity can be found. So we had a lot of discussion, like, are those illegal words? And the feedback we got is no, but when they are used in concert as a program or a practice or an office. So that's maybe something that the board might want to consider having some legal analysis on or further discussion at some point. Because I do think, Member Bogus, when I hear you say that this agency is out of compliance and we're wondering how, Nothing has been brought to our attention. We are holding others accountable. Just last week, I called a district who seemed to be out of compliance and said, when you have an office using these terms together, that is not in compliance with the law. What are you doing to comply? So those are the ways that we attack this, but it's, again, those, not only the terms together, but is there something that runs afoul of the law? So I raised that flag to say that's probably a huge point of confusion and contention that could use a legal briefing. Thanks.
Member Brinton.
I feel like there's been a lot of fear and misconstruing of the DEI, and we've had so many emails. I mean, I have over 200, right? But so many are saying, keep DEI, we need DEI. That's concerning to me. As I see this, we are talking about complying with the law. We are created by the Constitution. The legislature defines and authorizes us our powers. They passed laws regarding removing of radical DEI ideologies that seek to break people into groups of oppressed versus oppressor, identity politics. The governor signed this into law. So to me, I see this resolution as setting the direction that, yes, we want to make sure. We have so many examples that have been sent of non-compliance individually, not like districts as a whole, or teachers are all bad, like individual teachers or classrooms or trainings being put on. One in one of my own districts from an author who wrote a book called Ruthless Equity, who was brought, and I had teachers come to me and say, why are we still being sent to trainings that cover ruthless equity, where that's the theme instead of academics? Hasn't this been been ruled against the law? So I would just say it is hard to have the conversation, and there can be misdirection with emotion. California did just receive letters about not being in compliance and removing funding. So I just think how we handle this matters, and with decorum and grace. And of course, this has nothing to do with special ed or disabilities or targeting groups, but this is about going back to American ideals and supporting that everyone has equal opportunity and is treated equally under the law. So I know Utah law also affirms that parents have the primary role, and our role is secondary and supportive as a school and a state. So I just hope we can have these conversations and make sure that we do everything that we can to show that we are complying with the law. Thank you.
Thank you. We've got Member Earl and then Member Bogus, and we're coming up on the end of our agenda time. I just want to throw that out there. And so if we've spoken to something multiple times, be considerate, but let's continue moving forward with Member Earl.
Okay, well, you'll have to let me know. See, that's been spoken to. So just in general, the language, whether we intended it to be that way or not, the first three, especially the first three paragraphs, immediately jump to Soviet, they jump to the language itself, and I'm not questioning whether or not those are more exact or whatever. That isn't the point, but that people attach that. There's an emotion attached to that. And it's hard to separate that out. It's clear in reading these emails, whether it was the intention or not, it's clear that people have a perception. And to get rid of that perception, you don't just say, well, we'll pass it and then they'll figure it out. I have concerns with that. Okay, I would like to make a motion that we move to the next agenda item.
Just for clarity, that agenda item is lunch. Is that,
yes, that's what I'm
okay.
motioning.
Okay. So there's a motion to move to agenda item 9, which is lunch. We have a second. Okay. Member Bogus, did you want to speak to that motion, Member Earl?
No, well, maybe I do. No, I'm hoping that I understand the concern. I've heard it. I just don't, if there's this much misunderstanding, then we're not there yet. And I think we can get there. I think there's things that we can do. We're not there yet. And anyways, I think that the work can continue, but I think the direction, I think it's even questionably out of compliance with our bylaws as far as what we can do, or as far as our policy, I mean. So anyways, I just hope that we can be thoughtful and move forward on things. Anyways, lunch sounds good.
Thank you. Member Bogus.
Well, I would like to deal with this, and so I would speak against the motion because I think that we have Superintendent Dixon brought attention to the fact, and the motion, if we go back to the motion so that we can finish this current agenda item, is to postpone till May 2nd or May 1st.
Sorry, we are on the
I
main
apologize.
motion to accept draft 2 or not take no action.
Well, I think we need to finish this. I think that we owe our constituents resolution to this. And if if people don't like the compliance language, they can amend it out. I think we need to finish this conversation and provide resolution to our taxpayers and the people that have engaged with us and had conversations with us. I think we owe them a resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. To the motion, Member Booth.
Can I move that we send this to Law and Licensing Committee?
Not at this time.
No.
So you can move that, assuming her motion to go to lunch fails.
Oh, okay. Well, I like lunch, so there you go.
Okay, so the motion before the board then is that we move to the next agenda item, which is agenda item 9, which is lunch. It's been seconded. Let's go ahead and vote. That motion fails. 9 against, 5 in favor. Those in favor being Vice Chair Hart, Member Hall, Member Carey, Member Brinton, Member Earl. So we are back to the motion that has been before us. I'll just give it a second, give the screen a second. The motion is that the board approve the resolution directing removal of diversity, equity, and inclusion, DEI, in Utah schools, draft 2. Member Booth, are you speaking to this motion, or are we ready to vote? We are ready to vote. Let's go ahead and vote. That motion fails. 10 in opposition, 5 in favor. That those in favor being Member Brinton, Member Bogus, Member Hall, Member Green. 4. That's on me. Yes, 4 in favor. Again, being Member Brinton, Member Bogus, Member Hall, and Member Green. Board members, I've got a light on from Member Booth.
Before we go to lunch, I would like to propose or move that we send a communication, I don't know, press release, response to the hundreds of people that have been that have been contacting us regarding this agenda item. And you have it, I think, in your emails now. It's in front of you. It would say, it would be addressed to Utah citizens, our governor, our lieutenant governor, Rick Nye, Utah State Senate, Utah State House of Representatives, and it would say to our partners in public education, we hear you. We thank you for your emails, phone calls, and conversations in this season of change, when so many of the foundational principles that have provided public education with direction for decades seems unclear and blurred. The Utah State Board of Education reaffirms their unwavering support and commitment to Utah parents, educators, administrators, and most of all, our remarkable students in whom we have the utmost faith and hope for their future success. We welcome the opportunity to step up our efforts with valued colleagues and statewide leader partners in this noble endeavor to open doors of opportunity for all Utah students. The board is committed to enhancing public education through strategic collaboration with state and local leaders, as well as seeking input from area experts. We express gratitude to the literal army of valued educators and leaders of learning who have dedicated countless hours of worry and Herculean efforts to bring Utah's education community into compliance with state law, while simultaneously maintaining a safe, welcoming learning environment for our students, who are our hope for America's future. We welcome the ongoing challenge of finding new ways of preparing the next generation for a kind and empathetic world, a place where our friends and neighbors courageously meet the challenges of the 21st century together. Sincerely, the Utah Board of Education.
Thank you, Member Booth. The motion has been stated. Do we have a second? Hearing no second, I would recommend, Member Booth, that if there are people that you would like to send this to, I would remove the board and put in Board Member Randy Booth and send it to whomever you feel appropriate. And if there are other board members who would like similar, then maybe they can connect with Member Booth as well. With that, board members, let's move to lunch. Thank you.
Yeah.
for the board's awareness that are here, we are going to flip 10 agenda items 10 and 11, so that we will have the superintendent's report before the Utah education agenda item. Board members, let's go ahead and get started. We are back here. I know it was a great reference. It was a great reference. The public missed out on it, and I'm not going to repeat it. But we are going to move forward. We are on agenda item 10, but we are going to move to agenda item 11 and then come back to agenda item 10. So agenda item 11 is the superintendent's report. And Superintendent Dixon, we're close, it looks like. Okay, we'll just wait a few seconds while the technology issue. Okay, we'll give it a minute, and as soon as she gets in here, Superintendent Dixon, the time is yours.
Okay, I think we're good to go, right, Ryan? Chair Hymas, you ready for me to start?
Yes, please. I think we have all board members present. We're ready to go.
We're missing a couple, but that's all right. Whoever comes are the right people. That's my mantra. All right, I thought I would start with a visit to Washington, D.C. And the reason I asked for the change on agenda is that it's pertinent to the next item. You might find it interesting. So it's tradition this time of year that my peers meet through the organization of Council of Chief State School Officers, and we visit our congressional delegation and have meetings. In the past, we've paired with, the conference has been paired with NASB, but they did not have a spring NASB conference. And so normally we would be with board members meeting with our congressional delegation. So we were solo. So Dr. Voorhees and Dr. Nui and I met with 4 of our delegation, got pictures with 2 of them. But generally we're coming for an ask. And this time we did not come for an ask, but we came for a conversation around what is happening with the Department of Education. And without fail, each one of them said, "Oh, Superintendent, we are so excited to see you because we've been wanting to know what you know about the Department of Education," which was, obvious to us that they were not getting information, and they all declared as much. They just said, "We know that you're getting information, you're getting letters. We're not getting that kind of information." So we did make a commitment through their education leads in each of their offices to send them, when we get information, that we'll send that forward when it's pertinent, and then they want to know how that impacts us. So, for example, the first communication that I got when doging, I guess that's a verb now, when doging started to occur, was actually from one of our partners. It did not come from the department, but it was around a research partner, one of the region education labs that we'd been doing work with for 10 years. And they had supported our work around teacher retention and a few other research projects. So, you know, it comes out as fast and furiously, and to know that they weren't feeling connected and wanting to know what was going on, we'll have a better communication stream, making contacts with their staff. But always great conversations. They made a great deal of time for us. I appreciated Congressman Kennedy, who came out of a transportation meeting to meet with us, and he didn't have to do that. And Congresswoman Malloy, she had 4 things going on at once, but she popped in, and they were just very gracious. So everybody made time for us, and we appreciate it. Then I also had the opportunity one evening to meet with just the chiefs, my peers, and Secretary McMahon. And that was really interesting. I will tell you that it was the most informal meeting I've ever had with the Secretary of Education. Normally they're very formal, and you're seated, and they're kind of scripted questions, and they give a speech, and then they're in and out and surrounded, and it's just kind of fast and furious. She wanted to spend an hour with us. She went around and asked each one of us our names and where we were from and what we were working on. Then she did give about a 10-minute speech, if you want to call it that, and she was very clear about her directive. She was not straying from that. She was clear about the directive to, I don't think she used the word dismantle, but to really look into the Department of Education and look at wasteful spending. And so she talked a bit about the different pots of money that it's sort of TBD about where they're going, whether it's Health and Human Services or other places. And the one message I would bring back from her, there were a lot of things she talked about that in an informal way I don't feel like I should share publicly. I'm nothing secretive, but just that I think her overriding message is that she really cares about students with disabilities, students living in poverty. She said, I want to make sure that where we find waste, I hope I'm quoting her correctly, but this is what I took away. Where we find waste, we want to make sure that comes back into special education. She indicated that she knows that there are students who have greater needs, that their needs are more costly, and that we're underfunded. She recognizes that states are putting some money in, but the federal government has been responsible for IDEA, and since we have the law, she wanted to make sure that continued to be funded and even funded at a greater level. She talked about maybe sending things back to the states in a block grant. That's kind of what they're looking at, but they're trying to figure out the logistics of all of that right now. She did bring up ESSA, and I think somebody asked her the question, and she said, we're not touching that. That's congressional, and they have not indicated that they are willing to bring that up at this time until things get settled. So if any kind of reauthorization happens, she said it would probably not be this year or maybe even the next, but Congress would take that up, and there just didn't seem to be I'm using her words. They might say something different in Congress, but it was her sense that was not something that they would tackle at this time. The other thing we talked about was NAEP, and she feels strongly that NAEP still should stay in place so that we have some way to assess as a nation how we're doing. She did give opportunity for Q&A, and I asked the question about research and development. So for example, EdFacts, Aaron received communication, Aaron Bruff, that we were, the EdFacts office was being disbanded. So they've basically doged all the people, but EdFacts would stay put. So the question was, well, what does that mean? Where does that data go? If you have, and I think she was very gracious about saying, I don't understand, I don't know what that is. And so we explained it to her and said, we have to certify the data that comes to you, because that's then how you turn around and determine how much money to give back to us. So she had her chief of staff highlight that and look into it. And I said, it's just when all the people are gone, but we're still held accountable to send you things, we want to know where the data is, what's being done with it, where's it being housed. And I think a lot of people have concerns about if NCES and other federal entities using data are disbanded, what happens to that? So that's just, it was great to meet with her and to hear her perspective and some of the things that they're doing. But I will tell you that the communication we get changes daily. So we'll get a communication that waivers for ESSER funds that were extended to a certain period, that is called back, meaning that the extended period, they've decided not to extend. And so then the next minute we're hearing something different, that maybe they will extend that. So it's kind of a moving target. I have to be honest. We get communications. There was a communication that came out from OCR today related to Title VI that I will forward to all of you, and it's asking us to certify that our LEAs are in compliance with all of the things around Title VI involving DEI. And we certify that LEAs are in compliance with Title VI and all the title programs through the assurances anyway, so it's a practice that we already use. And I just would sign off on the letter and send it back. So we're getting a lot of communication, but oftentimes, most often, it's not from the department directly. It's from somebody who's been impacted by the department, and then they let us know. So it's coming out in a lot of different ways. So she was really, Secretary McMahon acknowledged that the one thing that they're trying to do a better job of is communication. And they recognize that it's coming in a lot of different places and trying to streamline that. So I just wanted to share that with you. There was, there were a lot of there were more questions than answers, and she acknowledged that. Secretary McMahon acknowledged that so much of what they're doing is TBD, and that they're trying to work more closely with DOJ. Before she was there, cuts were just being made without conversation, and so they're in conversation. Whether they get the results they want or not, at least they're at the table in conversation with DOJ. So that's as much as we know today, and tomorrow that could change based on any email that we get from a various department. So I hope that's helpful, and feel free to ask me any questions about it. The two things in-house I want to report on. One is about writing, and a prior board, not quite a decade ago, decided that writing should not be part of the assessment system. And that came from a variety of perspectives, but we found that over time, without assessing writing, it was one of the things that tended to drop off, and we've been concerned about it. So we surveyed the field, and it revealed that the data we got back revealed that about 57% of our educators just said, I don't have the confidence to teach writing well. And at one time, we were really pressing that every teacher is a writing teacher. For those of you that are educators in the room, you probably remember that there was a big push for that to make sure that kids were getting exposed to a lot of writing. And that just has not been the case. So this really highlighted a critical area of support for us. They were saying to us, can you help us? Can you do something for us? And indeed, we did that. And so in March, we actually opened up some professional learning, and we had over 400 applicants apply, and that was more than we thought that we could manage. This probably just isn't advancing at the speed of light, is it, Ryan? Because I see your finger moving, but the slide isn't. So we had over 400 applicants, thinking that we would have slots for about 250, but we wanted to accommodate as many as we could. And you can see how that split into a cohort. So we took about a little under 225, but then we're going to continue to support the others who applied and open up another cohort. And I think the most important thing with this as well is that we're going to continue on supporting them responsibly with coaching. So the ongoing learning, if you just show up at a workshop, that's malpractice. Like, there's got to be follow-up and support. So the coaching comes next, and in April, our team is going out and providing that kind of support, along with all of the reading specialists. So all of this is done in concert with the law and the rules that we have with science of reading. So it's not something else, it's embedded in. And we're getting we just had a lot of positive follow-up. I love this one about writing isn't perfectly perfect, and they want, we're really working on kids thinking of themselves as writers. Part of my experience in Washington, there was a one-day math, it was kind of like a focus on math, or a math seminar within a conference, and I was asked to present on a panel with some of the things we're doing with math, including updating standards. And the big push was when kids say, I'm not a math person, or adults especially say, I'm not a math person, we're all math people. We all have the capacity to understand numbers, and it's true with writing. We can all write, and I appreciated Member Earl talking about the bricks. I went over and looked at those very closely, and if you look at watercolors, super hard anyway, but Member Earl, what you said about practice, I had to practice before I went to the mat here and really try to get the technique right, and that's the same with writing. Practice, 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 and we get better. I don't think I had helpful critique on my own writing until I was in college. And a professor said to me, you turned everything in, you did really well. You earned an A, but I'm going to give you a C. And I remember feeling so shocked. And he said, do you feel like you did your best work? I said, no, I completed the assignment. And he said, there's more in you. There's more in you when it comes to writing. And that was a powerful moment for me as a student. And that's what our teachers are learning to do. How do we engage our students so that they become writers and think of themselves as writers? Not everybody has to be an author, but we all have words to express. And our kids are in such a social media moment with, acronyms and quick text. And so I'm really excited that the field is saying, State Board of Education, we want your help in facilitating and building capacity so that we're getting it in our LEAs. So kudos to our staff. I think Christina's in the audience, and Julie, who else is back there? Stand up and wave if you were involved in this awesome support. Thank you. All right, and then last but not least, I wanted to report back on the apprenticeship that we worked hard to get. Tennessee was the first state who paved the way, and we jumped right on their coattails to get a registered apprenticeship through the Department of Labor. And in doing so, we have to have an acronym, so we're calling it URAPT, but it's the Utah Apprenticeship. Malia is not here. Oh, there you are, Malia. What does it stand for? The URAPT. What is URAPT? Program for Teachers. Thank you. I love it. It's easy to remember URAPT, but I don't know about the rest of it. So we launched, and Malia and her team had been working on this behind the scenes before we became official. And based on that work, Dr. Haidt and Christina Guevara presented at the second national convening for registered apprenticeships in January. So we're out there, we're working with people, we're partnering with universities. So you can see that there was a teacher apprenticeship symposium held, and we've already got all these partners jumping on. 17 LEAs have signed on, and 7 have been actively recruiting teachers to go into the apprenticeship program. And it's been my understanding that when these get launched, it takes a while for people to trust the process and get involved. But we've had charters and districts lean right in to make this happen. So we're really excited about the way ahead. Our universities, I think we have 8 that are working directly in the program, which is also great. They're not seeing it as a competition, but they're seeing it as a collaboration. So it's one more way for us to get quality teachers into the classrooms. And I just wanted to give you that report because it hasn't been that long since we launched this, and we were able to hire Christina to help run the program. And it's very exciting that we're moving forward so quickly. So that is my report, Chair Hymas, unless there are any comments or questions.
Not seeing, Member Green.
You struck a chord with me when you said your professor said you could get an A, but I'm giving you a C. My son, and this ties back with our writing committee because we just had some conversation about this in standards and assessment and learning how writing is applied to all these different areas in school. So my son takes a robotics class, and there's that design process that you have to go through. And he comes after school and he's so distraught because he's rewritten it 4 times and the teacher won't pass him. And I'm like, yes. But then I'm like, oh, I'm so sorry. So he spends the evening and he writes, and he takes it back and it passes. So when he comes back the next day, we sit down and he shows me how it went from chicken scratch to paragraphs. And I mean, it was such a beautiful gift for, first of all, for the teacher to say, I see more potential in you. And then to see how the ability to write in a robotics class completely transformed and developed his idea. So anyway, it's just so important. I'm so excited that this is a conversation that's happening and that this is the type of things that we're supporting our teachers with and developing it more. So thanks.
Yeah, thank you, Member Green. I think I would add too that with artificial intelligence and it being so easy to just plop things into ChatGPT or whatever you're using, it's more timely than ever in talking about how do you integrate AI but not give up and in fact double down on writing skills. So just so appreciate that we have staff who are on it and really being responsive to the data.
We also have a comment from Member Lear.
Thank you. And I have to say this is one of my greatest desires, to see young people, and I know I'm absolutely swimming against the current, but I absolutely think we have to do everything possible as educators and parents and grandparents to make sure that our children write better and our grandchildren write better, because as we all say periodically, words matter. And yet then we're looking at a document and the word's not quite accurate or the verb's wrong, and somehow that's not very important. So I just want to say, kind of defending myself a little bit, when issues like that come up in discussion in the board, we are the Board of Education. We're not the Tax Commission. We're not the Natural Resources Board. And I think we should set an example every single moment of educators and leaders who use words correctly and artfully. So you'll kind of, I'm saying sorry, but not so sorry, because I really think it's important that we, in every document that we send out, they're written excellently. And it is consistent with helping teachers to teach writing better.
Thank you. Superintendent, back to you.
Okay, I think we'll go to our art presentation. So could we have could we have Lori come to the front? Oh, Lori, were you planning on presenting? Okay. All right, I should probably do this after, but I'm going to do it now. So, oh man, I know, I'm trying not to feel emotional. Yeah, I'll try it. Lori Bajewski. She is a woman full of grace. She is passionate. She is lovely. I love how she comes every month and describes student artwork, not just in this sort of check the box way, but in a way that teaches me every single month when she presents artwork. I feel like I'm learning something along with the students. And Lori is following the good example of Patty Norman, who really did not flunk retirement. She's doing it well. And Lori is going down that road in mid-April. So this will be, yes, I know. So this is her last formal presentation to us. And it's not fair to do this before you present, Lori, but I just want everyone to know how hard she has worked to find cushions in the couch for Beverly Taylor Sorensen, how she has worked to put art programs together when sometimes people just can't see the way through. She exudes creativity and love and light and has helped us all embrace all of the arts. And she's just fulfilled this role magnificently. And we will miss her dearly. And I just wanted to take a moment to acknowledge her and her hard work before the board and the public. So thank you, Lori. All right, with that, let's see you pull it off.
I'm going to put my glasses on so you can't see me crying. It is my distinct honor and privilege to sit before you as your Fine Arts Coordinator and the Beverly Taylor Sorensen Arts Learning Program Coordinator. And thank you, Superintendent Dixon, for your kind and generous words and for the kind and generous way in which you lead this august body. And before I dive into it, I just want to say thank you. Thank you, each one of you, for what you do every day. It's hard work, and it's important work. And you agree, everybody agrees that we want the best for our kids. And what you're seeing on the walls is a direct manifestation of your hard work and your support for a really robust, integrative, holistic education for every student in the state of Utah. And with that, wow, whew, that was my moment to just kind of breathe. What you're seeing today is a representation of art from our BTS Arts partner program at Utah State University. The endowed program is called Arts Our Core. And I think it's appropriate because I'm just going to say it for the last time, Arts Our Core. And this represents both community-based children's art as well as BTS programs so the USU region, it's from Cache Valley to San Juan. And so I'm going to start with the community program, which is a long-standing program. You've seen it on the walls in past years. This is our Art in Transit program, and it's basically our Wrap the Bus. And they wrap the outsides of the bus, and these are the actual placards that go on the inside of the bus. And the technique was used by pre-K through grade 5 students, and it represents 4 schools: the Edith Bowen Lab School in Logan, Lewiston Elementary, which is a Cache County school, Bluff Elementary, and I'm going to say this, Tsibit.
Sabin in the sky.
Yeah, would you say that?
Sabin in the sky.
Thank you. Everybody say that 5 times. Yes. And those are both from the San Juan district, and we're so proud of this work. This is a technique that we've shown on the walls before. It's cyanotype. And cyanotype is a technique, it's almost like tie-dyeing, where you use photosensitive paper, and the students put objects on the paper, and without using a camera, it's one of the earliest photographic techniques. And I'm just going to read all the things that they used. So feathers, buttons, alphabet, pasta letters, handprints, cutout shapes. And then after they had their design, you expose this photo paper to light, and then you get that reverse image that you're seeing. So those are those 2 panels, and then we have at the front of the board, I'm going to go through 3 other projects. One is from Bear River Charter School, and these are 3rd graders. And the BTS arts educator there is Jessica Scott. And speaking of literacy and reading and writing, they use the book Beautiful Blackbird by Ashley Bryan, integrating social studies and art to deepen their understandings of culture and symmetry. And you'll notice for this 3rd grade project, you'll see the horizon line where the sky and the water mirror each other, adding reflective details to the water. So that's the Beautiful Blackbird. And then we have 2 really quite interesting projects from Canyons Elementary in Hiram. And the 4th grade project is also based on a book. And I love it that our BTS arts teachers are working with the classroom teachers on these integrative lesson plans. The book they used is Now You See Them, Now You Don't. And this is about camouflaged animals that are in nature, and bringing it to place, they used the Blacksmith Fork Canyon, which is right in the hills in Cache Valley. And they looked at blending the animals with their environment. And they explored color as well as ecosystems. And then the last one is 6th grade, also from Canyon Elementary, and I failed to mention the BTS arts teacher, Melanie Haslam, who does an amazing job. And you'll see Melanie's work in both the 4th grade and 6th grade project, where these are multi-dimensional, even though they're on paper. You'll see that they layered their environments with cardboard and color, and kind of some ripped and shredded elements. So the 6th grade project is the Egyptian portraits. And I found this really interesting. So how many times have I looked at an Egyptian portrait and not recognized that the torso is facing front as the head is profiled? And so each one of these, they looked at Egyptian design and symmetry, and they called it the Egyptian portrait formula, where it's a profile view with a frontal torso. Then the students added elements of themselves into this portrait, and specifically, they discussed various headdresses represented and what those meanings were, and then the students could design their own or borrow one from the various headdresses represented. They used Egyptian colors, and again, they used textured paper in homage to Egyptian papyrus. Thank you.
Thank you, Laurie. We hope you enjoy your time. Before you go, we have at least one comment, so don't go too far. Member Bogus.
Down, lady. I know you'll be here a little bit longer, but you have been one of the most wonderful people to work with ever in 25 years of educational service and work in the arts. And I cannot tell you how sad and shocked I was to hear Superintendent say that you're leaving us. Well done, friend. You've done good work. And I appreciate the time you've spent with me, and I've appreciated the work you've done on behalf of the students in this state. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you. Member Bogus, back to you, Superintendent.
Yeah, if I could just acknowledge, I don't know if you all know who Christina Guevara is. You've had the pleasure of hearing and interacting with Malia, but Christina, would you just mind standing? Christina is our specialist over the apprenticeship, and it's something we should be super proud of. It's new, and she is killing it. I've seen her present a couple of times at different conferences, and Christina it's not just something new about the apprenticeship, but she really understands quality professional development, quality instructional practices. So I feel so blessed that we get to have her as our education specialist over this program, and I wanted you to see her face to be able to associate that with her name. So thank you, Dr. DeBera. That's it.
Okay, thank you. Let's move back now to agenda item 10. This is titled Utah Education, and I'm going to turn time over to Member Jenny Earl.
Yeah, let me pull up. It's just a recommendation for us to just kind of submit to the federal government, just that we are interested in having the resources and the funds stay within the state of Utah, and that we, I guess I need to probably put a motion on the board, that we are interested in Utah managing those funds and just taking that responsibility on. So let me put a motion before the board. I move that the board approve the intent letter April 3rd, 2025.
Okay, the motion has been stated. Do we have a second? Second to that. Back to you, Member Earl.
Yeah. So, and once again, like I stated, this isn't a motion to, well, the intent letter is just that. It's just to let people know this is Utah's capable. We're interested in it. We have the expertise here in the state. As a matter of fact, I've had a few people contact me saying, "Oh, what will happen what will happen to our special ed students?" And I said, well, the very qualified people that provide their services right now will provide their services. We're asking that funding remain in the state, and that we are able to use that funding for the purposes of providing for our students. And the other thing, this morning as we were passing our at-risk rule, I realize that Utah really is uniquely set up. We have processes in place already. If that money came back right now for Title I and we had it here in the state, we would have a process. We may have to add some other provisions or whatever, but the districts already, we have a mechanism for providing them funding for their students that are at risk. This would just, we were on a 10-year plan, right, with the legislature. They're gradually increasing that at-risk funding, and I think that this adds that potential that we just expand on what we're already doing. So I do think that like I said, the expertise is here. We've got such great qualified people already thinking ahead. I don't know what the next month will bring. It seems like every day there's a new new change of something, right? And so this tried to respond to people's requests and their feedback, simplifying it enough that it, there was concerns over using the word block grant, and there was concerns over using certain words. So this is just a simple statement that says, hey, we can do this. We're ready to do it. We can take this on. So anyways, that's what's before the body.
Thank you, Member Earl. So the motion before the board then is that the board approve distributing the letter of the intent letter 2025. Not seeing. Okay, Member Reel.
Thank you, Chair Hymas. And I do want to recognize that I know that a lot of good work, and Member Earl is, in my humble opinion, the best collaborator that I know. It does a great job of listening to everyone's thoughts as they put this letter together. Regardless of how this letter ends up, I'm going to be in opposition to this letter. When I teach my students about the lead up to the Constitution, I talk about the Articles of Confederation, often forgotten, but really important. And the Articles of Confederation failed because there was not enough power in the federal government. They had no power to do anything. They couldn't collect taxes. They had to have they were in charge of the military. They had to have but they didn't have any money. So the Articles of Confederation, I think, taught us a really important lesson that led into how we got to where we are on the Constitution in the balancing of state and federal. It's a very delicate balance. It's one of my favorite things to teach about. Federalism actually is one of my favorite constitutional principles. And it's because I love that the idea that we as states get to have the opportunity to govern ourselves, because I believe that government works best when they're closest to the people. And the example that I always tell my students is, I don't think you want the federal government in charge of making sure there's enough dog poop bags at your dog park, right? We need them close to us, right? Government is better when it's close to us. But with the Articles of Confederation, what we learned was that there was a need for unity as a country. We didn't want to have, a dictatorship or anything that they had when they were under the British rule, but what they wanted was something that unified the nation, and that was very important. I am a true believer in federalism, and I love states' rights, but I believe there is a deep importance for us to be unified as a nation. And I believe that is especially important in education. So for me, there are a lot of talks about Title I and special education. I understand that. But to me, it's actually a lot of the small things that worry me when we are not unified as a nation in education. And those are things like data collection, including data privacy. The Department of Education is statutorily mandated to enforce national student privacy laws. We have things like our high school longitudinal study that's really important. All of these research and projects and things that we do at that the Department of Education does are pivotal for us to being able to make data-informed decisions, to have research, to understand how we should make decisions. And additionally, the cool part about federalism to me is that we can watch states pass laws and be like, ooh, let's watch how that goes in Oregon. And then we can make it better in our state. And the Department of Education allows us to have the states have that autonomy, but also be unified in strategies that work. So to close, I'm in opposition to this because I do believe it's important for us to be unified as a nation in education. And additionally, and this is my personal opinion, I am not confident, based on evidence of the last 5 years, that our state would do its due diligence in ensuring funding and prioritizing all of the programs and students with greatest need. I don't see evidence of that based on Utah Fits All. I don't see evidence based on, thank goodness, SB 97 that just got vetoed. There's just little evidence for me to have full confidence in our state government to fully fund and support the programs that the Department of Education currently supports. So that is my talk about this, and I appreciate it, and I'm going to be voting against this regardless of where we end up.
Thank you, Member Reel. Can I just offer some clarity to the maker of that motion that this is the April 3rd draft? That's accurate. Okay. With that, Member Lear.
So I'm assuming by April 3rd draft is the 2-paragraph draft that's much shorter, which I very much appreciated. I thought that was an improvement over the earlier draft. More general, not quite as demanding and disparaging of federal management programs. I also will not support this letter of intent, no matter how it looks. I have similar concerns to Member Reels. I'll try not to repeat those. But as I looked back, the one I want to emphasize, well, 2 things, and I'll try to remember the second thing after I give you a series of concerns I have. My first series of concerns is I've also not been impressed as I've looked back, especially in the last 5 to 10 years, of how the state has managed education funds. I think Utah Fits All is one example, not just in that it takes public education money and sends it to private schools, which I believe is unconstitutional and is currently before the court, but also there was an oversight entity selected, and only 9 months into the experience, it was decreed or decided that this entity was not doing a good job. And anybody in education could have explained that this was an overwhelming task that was not well understood. And there was no collaboration that led up to assigning this. So I think it's been, frankly, poorly managed, and very few people say that out loud, but I think it's evidenced by the fact that we're going to be getting a new program manager. Also, the example of SB 37, that was an end run and recognized by many, not just by this board, by the governor's office, by the state treasurer's office, the state auditor's office. Sorry, don't want to use the state treasurer. I don't think that was true. State auditor's office, that was an end run of using property tax dollars that have always gone to education and were understood by property taxpayers to go to education. Suddenly it was in the general fund. I have no confidence that this money could come to Utah and go into the general fund, the money for education, because that's what the people in charge get to do. And I'm not confident about that. I'm also I've participated in many sexual harassment investigations by the federal government. They are a pain. They are tedious. On the other hand, and they've changed back and forth for the last 3 or 4 years. I've never seen state investigations that follow their own LEA rules that are as fair to both parties as the regulations are now for sexual harassment investigations. So I welcome that. I also fear for smaller programs like McKinney-Vento. Probably if I say that, maybe half of you don't know what McKinney-Vento funds are. They serve children who are homeless. That's not going to be a popular use of funds for either the state or for individual LEAs. So I am one very grateful person that those children are served directly by federal regulations. I've also seen some actions by legislative leaders that I was not impressed with. Some bills that have been challenged as unconstitutional, some procedures in getting constitutional amendments that were inexpertly handled. I don't know, there is no evidence in my mind to say the state can do this better. And until I see that evidence, as opposed to the lack of evidence that I've seen, I am not about ready to support an imperfect, granted, federal program that gets money in to a very important group of children in our state. Let me add that special ed is one piece of that, and it's hard to comply with special ed requirements. But the federal government has been consistent in holding the state responsible if the state doesn't hold students or doesn't hold LEAs responsible. So I think that's another very important concern I have. I'm also concerned, and the people who wrote me the emails I received about this, who opposed this, and said that they had concerns that this memo or this letter of intent, it's a letter, not a memo, did not impress upon the federal government that Utah expects to receive the same funding it has received previously. And my concern is if there's less red tape, there might be less funding. And that we can't afford to lose 11%, which it is, not 8%, of our funding, unless I see a check written by the state legislature to the State Board of Education. At that point, I would consider supporting such a letter of intent. So I'm not a supporter, and I would hope that, I don't know how this would happen, and I don't feel good about introducing an amendment and then saying I'm not going to support it anyway. But I would hope that there would be an additional sentence that would say, we expect that all the money that the state has received previously will continue to come to the state, even if it's managed by the state. Thanks.
Thank you. Member Green, and then we have Member Kelly and Member Bogus.
This is just a question for clarification. Didn't we pass something that was like an audit on what funds came from federal funding? And I forget what month that was, and I'm wondering where we are in that.
That was last month when we
wasn't
put
it?
some discretionary funds aside and did that. So I don't know if we've taken any movement. Scott, do you want to speak to that?
Chair Hymas, to answer the question, we have moved on it. The board directed, the $150,000 to go towards that. I've shared the proposal with Board Member Carey as proof of principle that we're moving towards that. There was this, and forgive me, I can't remember if it was 60 or 65, but that piece to it too. So timing wise, we're on glide path to do that. But there may be other considerations in the future, but for now we're following the board's direction. Does that answer the question, Chair Hymas?
I believe so. I believe there's a quick follow-up.
Do we have an estimated timeline, how many months that would take, and with everything kind of changing often, and how is that impacting?
So, Chair Hymas, I would offer this answer, is that despite what is going on or not going on in DC, that doesn't weigh in on the timeline associated with this. We're following the timeline. Once the engagement starts, we call audits engagements, right? Once the engagement starts, I think it's fair for me to say we're looking at least 4 months, but no more than 6 months. That's my estimation, subject though to who's selected and their final report on what they would predict or estimate the timeline be. Does that help answer the question, Chair Hymas?
It does. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Let's go to Member Kelly.
Thank you, Chair Hymas. Excuse me. Board Member Britton, I hope that I don't steal some of your thunder if you plan to comment, but Board Member Britton sent a letter to me that I think it is important to recognize that this type of thing is happening. But it's a letter from Brooke Rollins, the U.S. Secretary of Agriculture, addressed to Governor Gavin Newsom, where basically the U.S. Department of Agriculture is saying, hey, California, you are not following the law, therefore we are going to conduct an investigation and we are going to withhold federal funding from the state of California because you're not following the federal law. And I don't want to get into, you know, whether that's good, bad, right, or wrong, but I think it speaks to the divisive nature of politics that we're in right now, and the same thing could happen to Utah with the President of the United States or his cabinet stepping in and saying, hey, Utah, you're not following the federal law the way we want you to, therefore we're going to withhold your federal funding. And I think it's important for us to recognize that that we can move towards a place, and that's why we're calling this a letter of intent, that we intend to move in a direction that we are sovereign and that we are independent of the federal government. I think it would be important for us to work with our legislature to increase local funding and state funding for those programs, Title I, Title II, Title III, to move us in a direction where we become less dependent. And my number of 8 to 10% came directly from Deputy Superintendent Scott Jones, who told me that number is a little bit of a range depending on reimbursements in any given year. So that number can change and is not a steady number from year to year. But I think it's important for us to recognize that that it could be a different president that comes in and says to Utah, hey, Utah, we're going to withhold federal funding from you because you are not doing it the way that we want you to do it. So,
yeah. Thank you. Member Boggess?
Thank you, sir. So I think we've got a manifold issue here. We're talking about sovereignty, but that's not what we're getting with this letter. I think we have, sorry, my computer shut down. Well, those are actually screens. And so it says, oh, it's just really not liking me. I do apologize, Chair. See if this time will work.
Who else knows Christina's password? We can get her in.
Well, when you have a Mac, it only takes like 17 characters to get a password. So we have some language here, and it's almost like doublespeak, because federal education funds come with federal education regulation, yet it says that we think we can do better, but we still want to be regulated, but give us our money. It just is like this circular thing. And so I'm very concerned about the lack of clarity here, because it's just not clear. And I would echo Member Reel's concerns and Member Lear's concerns. I do have concerns about how our state is managing education, maybe for different reasons, but I have those concerns. Regardless, I think it should be close to the states, and I think we have some real issues with some bureaucratic things that happen at the federal level. I personally would rather have things managed by the Department of Education for education than the Department of Health and Human Services, or the Department of Ag, or the Department of Workforce Services. And so it presents this conundrum wherein we advocate for the abolition of an agency which only redirects to an agency that is not an expert in education. It's a very interesting conundrum. And so with that, I would move my draft of the letter that, I apologize. Multiple stakeholders had input on that, and I would move that draft at this time. Thank you, sir.
So we have
It was put in backup yesterday morning, I think.
We have a substitute motion before the board then.
Yes, it is dated April 2nd, yes.
And Member Bogus, just keep an eye on the screen, make sure that that captures the intent of your motion.
And then with a second, I'd be happy to speak to that.
Can we put, is there a date for Member Bogus's so that?
It says April 2nd on the letter. I understand that it would be updated with a date for professional purposes.
Yeah, this is just for our, as
Okay.
we look at this. So,
Yeah, I appreciate that, sir.
Member Bogus, does this read correctly?
Yeah, so
Okay. So the motion then is that the board approve distributing the letter of intent from April 2nd, 2025. Yeah, intent substitute letter, April 2nd, 2025. And we have a second. I don't know. I didn't catch you, Member Green. And then back to Member Bogus.
Awesome, thank you. So I think we have an inherent conundrum, and this board needs to make a decision. Do we stand in terms of firm separation, or do we want to continue to go in circles with the federal government, which ultimately just is like this ball of yarn, and it becomes tangled, it's a wicked web, and I think we need to stand on one side of the fence or the other side of the fence. But the previous letter, like just jumping jacks and gymnastics around the fence. This letter, it states that we believe decisions should be made as close to students as possible. It acknowledges the act that created the Department of Education and quotes it. It says it's in the intention of this Congress to protect the rights of states and local governments, rewinding our federal government, that was the intention to begin with, and that the present decision-making framework in education from the local level to the federal level is far too removed from the classroom. And in light of the 10th Amendment, that we believe that the federal government shouldn't have any say in that. And then we make a request that they repeal the ESSA and put this back into the hands of the states. That would be the first of many steps, but I think to list them out would be obnoxious. And then it closes with what true separation would look like. And true separation from the federal government would be to pursue a revenue neutral plan free from federal funding, and ask that that our congressional delegation join us in these endeavors in our state and beyond. And then it closes with, we really look forward to working with you. It's maybe not perfect, but I think it contrasts very purposefully and overtly the difference between gymnastics around the fence and free from the feds. And so I'll put it out there and leave it to the body. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. We've got Member Bollinger.
Thank you, Chair. I've had a lot of emails, as many of you have, about this, as well as hearing public comment, and I am a firm believer in local control. Where I struggle is with this letter. I've had constituents ask me specific questions, and it's really hard when I say, I don't know what that will look like. I don't know the answer to that, because there are so many things happening, and it's happening quickly. And, we've heard from our state superintendent that they're getting different communications on a regular basis, that we don't know exactly what is happening. And although I love the idea of us being free from the bureaucracy of some of the federal funding, when we have federal laws, we're still required to follow those laws. I'll give you an example. IDEA, the Individuals with Disability Education Act. Even if we don't get those federal dollars, we're still responsible for following those laws. And so my question would be, then, it was my understanding we have about, our percentage, and we've kind of talked about different numbers, around $600 million then would be the difference. And so I have to ask myself is, do our citizens of this state want to have taxes raised or cut other programs or opportunities, $600 million worth, to make sure that we would jump on board with this? Another question that I would have is, as a board, we could write this letter, but ultimately, our role is to administer, implement, and oversee state and federal funding and other programs for public education as outlined by our legislature. So we can desire and want to do these things, but really it's up to our legislature. And so I guess maybe, I don't know who this question would go to, maybe one of the makers of these letters is, have any conversations happened with our state legislature? Because honestly, we can write the federal government, but it's really ultimately our state legislatures that's going to be making these decisions. So just, some of my thoughts and questions, if anybody can answer to any of those pieces, I would appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Bollinger. Without seeing any lights, Member Lear.
You let me forget my second point. And given that it's not my fault, I will still be quick. But my second point was I received a very impressive email from a group that is the Center for Exceptional Children that works out of Weber State, comes out of Weber State. And I won't take as long as I was going to take to say that this group represents, let me just briefly tell you, educators in Utah's public institutions of higher education, professional development experts, licensed professional special education teachers, related service professionals, advocates for children, their families, and their teachers, elected board members of the Utah CEC division, and advisors of respected university student CEC chapters and concerned citizens. And the letter made the very excellent point, I think, of saying that there are many other pieces to federal funding that were not contemplated by this board asking for the money to come directly to the states. And some of that is related to higher ed, but it's also related to public ed, K-12, and I won't read through all those examples. But the final point that this group made to me was this might be good for the State Board of Education, it's not good for Utah children. And that really spoke to me in that in some ways it would give the board, theoretically, if the legislature allowed, more control over money, if we get it, but it wouldn't necessarily help the most vulnerable of our children. And I think the federal government, with all of its imperfections and warts, has done a better job in some cases. Note how many years we've tried to get just a little bit of state money for the most intensive needs for children with special education and have got zero. So I think in some cases the federal government does a better job than the state. And until I see data that say differently, I can't support this effort. Thank you for letting me speak twice.
Thank you, Member Lear. So the motion before the board then is remember it's a substitute motion, and that is that the board approve distributing the letter of intent, substitute letter, April 2nd, 2025. Let's go ahead and vote. That motion fails with 2 in favor, those in favor being Member Bogus and Member Green. So that brings us to the, original motion. Which is somewhere. It's to approve the letter of intent dated April 3rd, 2025. Well, that will come up on the screen shortly. We do have a comment from Vice Chair Wood. And then, Member Earl, I see you're in the queue.
Well, I appreciate and love the thought of us being able to manage things at a local level. I think sometimes the fact that we have to apply for waivers when we want to try to do something innovative with accountability and assessments, or we want to be innovative in our turnaround school process, that we have to apply for a waiver to say we want innovation. I am concerned even with this April 3rd letter, which is much better in that it refers specifically to special ed funding, our Title I, our Title II, when we also get money from Title III, Title IV, Title V, Title VI, and roughly 2/3 of our federal funds are used in the child nutrition plan. So while we are saying, give us back these three things, there's other areas that also, and I think we're around 11% for this coming year, our expenditures may be. So I am concerned that this, we're not asking for actually what we need. And we have begged our local legislators, prior to my time on the board, we went through many different requests to our legislators, fund us and let us cut the strings, and they have always said no. So I'm not sure that magically they are going to start saying yes when they have the intent. They'd like to see income tax go away. They're changing, they'd like to see more of the general fund growth. They have so many different areas that they'd like to use this money for. I don't think that we're going to see them suddenly give us the things that our students need at this time.
Thank you. Member Earl?
Yeah, I hopefully just addressed a couple of the questions that have come up. I do think, one, everything wasn't listed out, right? I just think the federal government's moving a direction currently. I think there's nothing wrong with us saying, if you're going this direction, we've got the qualifications to do this, right? I think letting them know that, and I think this also lets the legislature know we can do this, right? If this comes this way, and it looks like that's where it's headed, at least now, maybe in another 2 years it won't be, but right now, this is just, it's signaling, or it's just that, it's an intent to say, look, if those are coming this way, I want you to know we are competent to do this. We're competent to meet the needs. So I can't speak to all the, who knows what political interest out there or aren't. I do think that there may be other, data collections or whatever, as far as research and stuff, that those aren't addressed in here. This is just a broad statement of where our interests are, and that as they move this direction, that we would like to work with them. So I don't think it has to cover everything, but it does certainly cover key provisions. So anyways, let's comment.
Thank you. So the motion before the board then is that the board approve distributing the intent letter April 3rd, 2025. Let's go ahead and vote. So that motion fails 10-4. Those in favor being Member Carey, Member Hall, Member Kelly, and Member Earl. Thank you, board members. Let's move now to our next agenda item, agenda item 12, our monthly budget report. We'll turn the mic over to Deputy Superintendent Scott Jones.
Deputy Superintendent of Operations Scott Jones with the monthly budget report. Could we pull up the link, or I'm not sure who's driving. Okay. I do attest that the Utah State Board of Education is financially solvent and sound and able to make all its known commitments and obligations. I do want to make sure, though, that I qualify my attestation that I do not include the Utah Schools for the Deaf and the Blind or the State Charter School Board in my attestation. I'm not saying that anything is wrong or with that, but I don't have the level of oversight of that yet. As you know, the USDB was moved under financial operations. This morning, you approved the prioritization of an audit of the Utah Schools for the Deaf and the Blind's financial or finances. And also, too, to be fair, you get the attestation or the report from Carl Empey, the director of the Utah Schools for the Deaf and the Blind, as part of their overall budget report. As it relates specifically to the SCSB, just from the high-level view that I'm only authorized to do or provide, everything does look fine. So again, I'm not saying that there's a problem, but I would encourage the board to perhaps look at, in the same vein that we have Utah Schools for the Deaf and the Blind come and report their financial status, consider maybe making the SCSB at least quarterly or something like that come to you to report that as well. So again, I just want to remind the board members and the public that we provide an interactive tool for you to look at any particular section within the State Board of Education or look at particular expenditure rates. We are now in the fourth and final quarter of fiscal year 25. So right on top of us coming out of the legislative session is year-end closure activities. So if you get a chance to see Assistant Superintendent Jacobson, give her all the warmness you can, because it's she that drives such an awesome process that results in year-end close being accurate. Because if you end the year right, then you begin the next year right. So kudos to her and her staff for all their time and effort and work in the legislative session, and then right on top of it, having to go into year-end activities. Also, just real quick, as part of the report, tomorrow we start the process in Finance Committee of your review and adoption of the estimates for what is constituted as the FY26 budget based on the appropriations that we received from the legislature. Madam Chair, subject to any questions or concerns related to the monthly budget report, I can proceed at your direction to the discretionary funds report.
I see no questions, so please proceed.
So if we could pull up the discretionary funds report. As was mentioned earlier, specific to the RFP, a request for proposal for the board's actions last month, you can see in the main body of, here's all the different projects you've approved, status of the funds for those. Even in the far right-hand column, what we were tracking or what we are tracking is when the board made that approval. As part of, and this is why I brought up year-end close activities, we'll be looking at status more deeper in the Finance Committee starting next month, of course, at the direction of the Finance Committee chairs. We'll be looking to make recommendations to the board on how to proceed with current projects. And then ultimately, when we get our carry forward balances from the board's budget as a result of year-end close activities, you'll see the numbers in the upper right-hand block increase based on our closure activities. That occurs right around the September timeframe. Subject to any questions or concerns on the discretionary funds report, Madam Chair, that concludes the overall budget report to the Utah State Board of Education.
And I see Member Bogus.
Sorry, I just don't see it. Is this, the audit of federal funding, is it on this page? Did I miss it?
The motion was for the contingency funds to be used. So they're there with that. This could be the older report. Is there a newer? There's two reports, I think, in there. Is this last month's or isn't there two in there? No. There should have been two in there. Yeah, okay. Yeah, it's on this report. So we always put the one, Madam Chair, Chair, we always put the one in prior to and then the updated one. I think we had the older one up. Does that answer the question? You see it? Good?
Thank you. Any follow-up, Member Bogus?
No, I just didn't see it. I didn't get my head.
No,
turned
it was
fast
the
enough.
older report that was brought up. There's two in there.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, if you look
That's all
on
I wanted
the
to clarify.
updated report, there's two in there.
Okay.
So because we want you to see where we were last month, and now we want you to see where we are this month. And to Chair Hymas, to her question, it's on the updated report.
I appreciate that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Scott. Appreciate that. Does that conclude the monthly budget report? Okay, let's move right along to agenda item 13, administrative rule. And who do we have here? Deputy Superintendent Newey, are you going to tee this up for us?
Thank you, Chair. So this is just to make this is the rule that governs services for students who are deaf, hard of hearing, blind, visually impaired, and deaf blind, and the way that contracts work between LEAs that serve these students as well as USDB. And so there was a request from board members to make some changes to this rule that would allow for USDB to charge for services in a broader capacity. And so we have brought that to the full board. This has not been in a committee. This was approved by board leadership to come to the full board today. You'll see the changes that we are proposing on lines 232 through 246 of the rule. And this just strikes any of the language that puts caps on the percentage of students that would qualify an LEA for receiving these kinds of services. Yeah, that's it for now.
Thank you. We're going to have some additional light shed here for us by Vice Chair Wood, and then a potential motion.
I'll move the motion and then speak
Okay.
to it if that's
Sure.
appropriate. Do we have that? So I move that the board approve R277801 services for students who are deaf, hard of hearing, blind, visually impaired, and deafblind, draft 1 on first and final reading.
Do we have a second? Second by Member Booth. Back to you, Vice Chair Wood.
So we have been tasked from Public Education Appropriation and Executive Appropriation Committee to look at how we create a sustainable model for funding for USDB in the future. This is a long-term study that will probably take us about 6 months. We have a work group that we will be forming that will get voices from the field. And so this rule does not dictate anything. As you notice, we haven't set up any process of who's paying, what's paying, how are they paying. It's simply saying, taking out that 3% so that we don't have that kind of guardrail in place as we move forward on this discussion. Any future changes will come to the board as we decide how to move forward on this. But this frees us up to start having that conversation.
Thank you. Member Carey.
Hey, thank you, Chair Hymas. Just 2 questions, if I may. One, is there an urgency? Is that why we skipped committee and brought it straight to the board? And then 2 would be, I'm just reading line 232, and I just want to make sure I understand it. It says USDB shall provide all funded outreach services at no cost for qualifying students within the LEA with less than 3%. And so I just want to better understand, are we proposing that we now charge? Are we saying that we want to charge less students? We want to charge more students? I just need to better understand the impact of that change. Thank you, Chair.
Yep, Vice Chair Wood.
Yes, so currently we have, and I could be wrong, so about 10 districts that have over 3% of the students in our state. So we have Alpine, Canyons, Davis. They choose whether or not they contract back with USDB. Some of them provide their own outreach services. Some of them contract back. Like Jordan, I know, didn't for a while, and then they decided that it was more cost effective for them because sometimes it's difficult to get these outreach providers in place. Some of these schools only might need a 0.3 FTE. And so currently only those 3% schools have been contracted or charged accordingly. Everyone else was provided. As you may recall, we had Tooele that lost a large amount of students due to some other online provider that we had to make up the difference. I think we made up $300,000 for them at the end of last year to help provide for these services because they were getting it for free and then they lost those students, so they weren't getting it for free, they were paying, but they lost the students, and now suddenly they qualified and we had to make up the difference because they now qualified, they were under that 3%. So this just says how, and we've had that question even in our work group. We had a representative with us that asked, she said, "You mean schools aren't paying for their services?" That's not what nobody communicated that to us. So there's even been that talk of why aren't they? And so we don't want to say, you will. We could say, okay, everybody who needs an outreach person, you're paying 100%. That is not our intent in any way, because we recognize that some are such a small amount. They're also using their special ed funds in different ways. So this is just, the urgency in this is that we're going to form the development of that work group in our meeting on Tuesday, which will then come back to the board to vote on the makeup of that work group. And then this will be an avenue where we can have the discussion. But while this rule is in place, we don't even have that as an option, those additional contracts as an option. We've looked at multiple ways of, do we do a sliding scale based on number of students? Do we look at a scale based on FTEs? Do we, make this many have to, this many don't? So there's so many parts of the discussion that we haven't had yet. And I really want the public to be, as we have all these LEAs that are concerned about it, and we want to make sure they have their voice. Because from what I've heard, when this rule changed and we increased it to the 3%, those 3% districts didn't have a choice. They were just told, oh, here you go, start paying. We don't want to do that. We want to be transparent and have their voices at the table.
And can you address the first question? Was that? Okay. Thank you. Perfect. Let's go then to Member Lear, and then we have Member Earl.
Thank you. And let me first say, I am so, after all these years, it is such a relief to know that we have a committee, especially with the chair not laying it on too thick, but a chair and vice chair would of this committee who has familiarity with the USDB. And now we have a real board's eye view of what goes on with USDB. And I feel like it's a real strength for the board, and it should have happened 25 years ago. So I'm glad for that. But let me make sure I understand. I've heard this 3% discussion so many times, and enough space in between that I forget a little bit. But right now, if this language is removed, that means that the USDB will serve any student who wants to be served by USDB without a cost to the LEA. Is that not right? Is that wrong? Okay, would you try again then for slow learner?
So what this does is that it allows there to be a contract. It allows us to charge fees to those districts or LEAs that are below the 3%. It gives us that permission.
Oh, so it's backwards.
So it's
of
the
what I
backwards.
just-
Right
so-
now, everyone below the 3% is getting those services.
For free.
And there has been concern about, well, they're getting special ed funds, and now they're getting the services provided also. And we need to show this is where the funding going. A lot of this is really legislatively based of us making sure that we are being transparent in how things are moving forward.
So one follow-up, Chair. So it's possible that after this work group meets and here's all the information, that it could go back to this 3% or 5% standard?
If that's where it comes down to, I have no answers at this point, because it will be just worked on by this work group and then
Okay.
brought to the board, and the board will just be the ultimate decider.
And then one final question that just occurred. So I'm concerned about those very small LEAs for whom that could be very expensive and have not necessarily maintained funding for this possibility. How's that going to work?
May I follow up? Yeah. Well, we are also concerned about maintenance of effort. So that is something that we're looking into. So all of those things we definitely are taking into consideration.
And it'll be ready for students to be served in the next school year?
That's the plan.
Thank you.
Thank you. Member Earl?
And maybe this was addressed, but we didn't get the funding. So there's no funding for students. So it's either you don't fund the students or we find some mechanism, and maybe this works, maybe this doesn't work. But it is for next year, because that's the kids that need services. So yeah, it's kind of ambiguous what that will be right now and what that will cost people or not cost people. So hopefully we can keep hammering that out. So.
Thank you. Member Bollinger.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to also express my gratitude to Vice Chair Wood and for the committee for diving into this. You know, educational funding is very complicated, and the only thing more complicated than that is special ed educational funding. So just thank you to all of you that are willing to tackle this and to help us find a solution to ensure that all of our students are getting the services that they need, because that's the most important. So thank you for your work.
Thank you. Member Carey.
I see Superintendent Coleman here, and it's not necessary, I'm not looking for answers from him, but I'm assuming that these discussions have been ongoing with the administrators of the USDB, and just where do they stand on this proposed change? Are they in support of it? If we could just put that on the record, thank you.
Yes, and they are intimately involved in every discussion we have. They are with us in the committee. We've had multiple conversations. I've had multiple conversations outside of the committee as I've moved through visiting with LFA, the Legislative Fiscal Analysts. I've been meeting with them. I've met with our Director of Operations and his team. We are moving through just trying, because also of HB 537, where that funding comes under us. There's just so many wheels turning right now, but they are not left out of any conversation.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, please.
But just they're not only not left out, but they are in support of these proposed changes. Yeah, I just wanted to make sure, and I assume that was the case. I just wanted to make sure. Thank you.
And we're getting the head nod from Superintendent Coleman, who's in the back. There's a thumbs up. Whatever else is needed. I will say, when you ask Leanne to do the work, she does the work and some. So we're appreciative of that. So any other questions? Let's go ahead and cue this up for a vote then. The motion then is that the board approve R277-801, services for students who are deaf, hard of hearing, blind, visually impaired, and deafblind, draft 1, on first and final reading. Please vote. Oh, hold on.
I do have a motion that has to be an amendment that was noticed yesterday when we were going through the final posting of this. I need to strike 2017-2018 from line 250 and replace it with 24-25.
Do we have a second to that motion?
I second it because I want to ask.
Okay, so it's seconded. And then go ahead and ask your question.
I appreciate you bringing that up, because I was wondering if we shouldn't reframe that altogether so we don't have to bring it back all the time.
I will ask Elise, because my first inclination was to delete it completely. And there was some talk about the fact that we need to finalize out the current contracts that we have before any contracts would be changed. And I think Elise can speak to that if I've made any errors in my. That's it.
Okay, that makes sense.
That's why.
So we're bringing it back after the current contracts.
We will have to bring back whatever gets ultimately decided. So this just helps us move forward.
No, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Board members, the motion then is to replace 2017-2018 with 2024 and 2025. Is there any opposition to this motion? Seeing none, let's go ahead and dot that in. And so the new motion before the board will read that the board approve R277-801, services for students who are deaf, hard of hearing, blind, visually impaired, and deafblind, draft 1 as amended on first and final reading. Let's go ahead and vote. That's it. That passes unanimously with Member Green stepping out. So with that, thank you, board members and staff. We'll move to agenda item 14. Do we?
Oh, I thought that was without objection. Okay.
Are we in good shape? Yes, sir. Thank you. Don't feel bad. We usually go to you for this stuff. So, okay. We are on general consent calendar. And so I'm going to open that up for any questions, comments. Member Bogus.
Sorry, I'd like to pull the minutes and the schedule, please.
Okay, so the minutes and the schedule are pulled. Any other motions? No? Vice Chair Hart, I'm going to call on you to give us a motion here to, the meeting minutes on the consent have been pulled and the meeting schedule.
I move the remaining items for the consent agenda.
Thank you. The motion is to move the remaining items. Do we have a second? Second. Let's go ahead and vote.
Yeah, that's where they are. I know. You get to do the fun.
That passes 12 in favor, 1 opposed, 1 absent, the opposition being from Member Bogus. Do we have any other motions? Member Bogus?
I would move the minutes.
Second.
We have, the minutes are moved and it has been seconded. Let's take a vote. Thank you, board members. That passes unanimously. We still have the schedule on the agenda. Member Bogus?
So I would move it so that I can ask questions about it and amend it.
So the schedule has been moved. Do we have a second? Second. Go ahead. Back to you, Member Bogus.
So as this reads, we still have a conflict with USBA, which we had this year, and it was a big hubbub. And we talked about this last year to move that to ensure that there wasn't a conflict, and then the board voted it down, and then there was hubbub. We also have a conflict on, sorry, maybe you've never seen that musical, A Year with Frog and Toad. I apologize for making musical references on the public record. You should, it's a good musical. We also have some conflicts in November. There is an annual training conference on the first Thursday and Friday of November every year, and every year we have to miss it because we have board meetings. And so it would be nice to move the one up a week and the other one back a week to accommodate both the USBA and the legislative conference in Texas. Thank you. Actually, it's not called the legislative conference. I apologize, it's not a legislative conference. It's a policy conference in Texas. It's held in Dallas every year.
Thank you. Member Earl?
And I would speak in opposition. I think the schedule the way it is, we've gone back and forth on USBA. The problem is then we're 1 week later. It throws us off, and then we're right into the legislative session. We really need that time. If we needed anything, move it Wednesday, Thursday or something, but to adjust it a full week, I just don't think that's, the times when we've done that, yeah, we've been off. So well, we could do it Wednesday, Thursday if we wanted to. So if someone wanted to make that motion,
Yeah, and,
I don't know.
just to kind of to add on top of that, we did look at, as a leadership team, we looked at this schedule. We recognize, I admittedly didn't know about anything in November, but we recognize that shifting things a little bit, if we go too early, we're having staff work through their holiday, which we want them to have. If we go too late, then we're almost back to back with our January and February meetings. We've got legislative stuff coming. You know what I mean? It's just, this is uncomfortable. It just is. But this is where we landed. So happy to entertain any motions. I actually like the idea of going Wednesday, Thursday, and then hitting the Thursday evening USBA conference. But again, that's to the body. So we'll go to Vice Chair Wood and then back to Member Earl.
Chair, I'd like to make that motion. I move that we amend the board meeting schedule for 2026 to have our January meetings be January 7th, Wednesday, January 7th, and Thursday, January 8th.
Okay, there's been a motion stated and seconded. This is for next year, 2026, January 2026. Just the Wednesday, the 7th, and the 8th, instead of the 8th and 9th. So, Member Booth, you speaking to this motion?
I just think if we could do this, move this one day, it would buy us enormous, whatever the word is, with all of our board members across the state who want to feel that they're a part of us, and just gives us a chance to be there and to be around our districts and around our board members who are struggling to do the same things we're trying to do at this level. It just makes us part of their team and them part of our team. So it would be awesome if we could do this. Thanks.
Thank you. So the motion then is to adjust the January schedule from Thursday, Friday to Wednesday, Thursday. Let's go ahead and put that to a vote. That passes unanimously. Board members, in January. Oh, okay. In January, just make sure you plan for this so it's not a surprise. That's all. So, okay. With that then, let's go to the underlying motion. Oh, member. Yeah, just got to push that button that you've been pushing for 2 years.
Gosh, okay, well,
Okay.
I was gonna just sing the Pussycat Dolls, but I'm not going to. So last month, it was really frustrating because we had 2 days left of the legislative session. So all of the work that we were waiting to do was like, well, it depends what happens in the next day. And we were all in meeting, and it was the last 2 days of the legislative session. Deputy Newey and I just did some math, and it is the same this year with this calendar. And I'm wondering if for March, it is more beneficial for us to wait until the legislative session is over in March to meet, because we were like, well, it depends on a lot of different things that were brought up, and we were still in the middle of them, rushing through a lot of last minute bills on those last 2 days. So I don't care. It's not going to hill I'm going to die on, but if we feel like that might be something the body should consider just for the efficiency of our work related to what is happening those last 2 days of sessions, I would make a motion to move the March meetings to the following week.
Before we get a second on that, I'm going to ask AAG Buse turned her light on, so I want to just make sure everything's kosher before we move forward.
It's kosher. It's just the fact that just because the legislature passes it, it's not passed until the governor signs it. So you're still waiting after that time period.
One thing on that, though, however, is some of the questions we had were, should we request a veto on this? And we didn't know if it was going to pass yet. So having it the next week, depending on how many bills he signs immediately, we have the following week to then decide if we want to request any veto. I just remember it being a conflict last month, so that's why I'm recommending it. I'm going to go home tonight and not think about it, regardless of what we do today.
Thank you. So the motion then is to move the March meeting of 2026 to March 12th and 13th. Do we have a second? We have a second. Back to you to speak to that, Member Reel. Okay. We've got Member Bogus and then Member Earl.
No, I have no comment on this.
Oh, are you in a queue?
I would like to make a motion.
Okay. Member Earl.
Yeah, I would speak against it. I don't think we're not hindered from still, if this passes right, then we would veto it. I don't think, I guess that one day, but the whole week, I know that when, just being in leadership, that when you start to set up for the next month, that when you go to 3 weeks, it's like
the second you end, you turn right around and do you know what I mean? It doesn't, there's something about having enough time in there to really get things planned and prepared. So, I mean, I guess if people feel strongly about it, it's not that big of a deal, but I just don't, it's not that big of a thing, I would think.
Thank you. And just to clarify, Member Bogus, you're in a queue for after this motion moves. Okay. So the motion before the board then is that the board move the March board meeting of 2026 to March 12th and 13th. I will briefly speak against this as well. Just looking at the time crunch, it is a challenge. I mean, just kind of going off of what Member Earl has said, it's a challenge. So I'll speak against it, but with that, let's open it up for a vote. Okay, that passes. 10 in favor, 4 in opposition. Those in opposition being, no surprise here, Vice Chair Hart, Chair Hymas, Vice Chair Wood, and our former Vice Chair Earl. Okay. Well, if anybody ever thinks leadership carries any weight, that vote proved otherwise. I believe we have Member Bogus next up.
Yeah, I would move that we push the November meetings back a week to November 13 and 14 to accommodate the training conference in Texas.
Yeah, there's been a couple off the mic comments of which conference this is referring to.
It's the Pro-Family Legislative Conference in Texas.
Okay.
I put in to go 2 years in a row, and 2 years in a row it was like hard no. So, yeah, because it conflicted with the board meeting.
I'll send you wherever you want to go during board meeting.
And I appreciate that, Chair Hymas.
Okay. What? I'm just kidding.
We're going to start bantering like we used to, Matt.
That's true. So we just looked it up real quick. We don't know, are those dates consistent? This year, the conference is November 13th through 16th. This 2025 year, we're looking at 2026 here. So I don't know if the conference, you know what I mean? When we start dancing around conferences, we might get in trouble.
Well, and I understand that, and maybe they changed it just for me, and because I was like, this is hard for everybody that does things the first week of the month. I don't know. I just know that it's typically the first Thursday and Friday of November.
Well, you've got a motion. I don't know if
is this? Yeah. So this would be 2020. Well, then we can just wait, and I'll put in my request then. There you go.
Tell me what's going on with your motion here.
I'll just withdraw it.
Okay.
Because I guess in my brain, this was this coming November, and in reality, this is 2 Novembers. But I'm really happy that they took my request to move it a week.
There you go.
Just for Christina. All right. Thanks so much, guys.
Okay. Thank you. Do I need to apologize for telling you that you can go anywhere during board meeting, Christina? No.
Apologize about 6 times for that, Chair Hymas.
We've sat next to each other for a long time, and too much banter. I'm sorry, I should have been more professional.
To be fair to Chair Hymas, he and I banter with quick, witty repartee, and I can give as well as I receive. So, well done, Chair Hymas. Next time, just off the mic.
Yeah, that's fair. Okay, so let's get back to being serious. The action or the motion before the board then is to accept the 2026 board meeting schedule as amended. Member Lear? No. Okay, let's go ahead and vote then. Okay, so that passes unanimously. Appreciate that. Board members, we are on agenda item 15, which is the executive session. Let's go ahead and take about 5 to 7. Let's just. Yes, and then we'll just take a 7-minute break as things are getting set up. So we are going to. I am seeking a motion that the board go into executive session for the purpose of discussing the character, professional competence, and pending or reasonably imminent litigation. We will do a roll call vote. Member Kelly? Oh, yes, I'm seeking a motion. Thank you, Member Booth. And a second? Second, thank you. Member Kelly? Yes. Okay, Member Reel? Member Reel? Go into closed session. Thank you. Member Lear? Member Lear, thank you. Member Carey? For closed session, thank you. Member Vice Chair Wood?
Yes.
Vice Chair Hart?
Yes.
I'm a yes. Member Hall? Member Green? Member Earl? Yes. Member Brinton? Yes. Member Booth? Yes. Member Bollinger? Yes. Member Bogus? Yes. Okay, we'll take 7 and go to executive. Board members, I am seeking a motion that the board comes out of executive session. Rod, so moved, seconded by Member Carey. Let's do a roll call vote to come out. Member Bogus? Yes. Member Bollinger? Yes. Member Booth? Yes. Member Brinton? Yes. Member Earl? Yes. Member Green? Yes. Member Hall? Yes. Member Hart is absent. I am a yes. Member Kelly just stepped out. Member Carey? Yes. Member Lear? Member Reel? Yes. And Vice Chair Wood? Yes. Okay. With that, we will turn time over to Member Bogus.
Thank you, sir. I move that the board approve the UPAC consent calendar.
Second. The motion is to approve the UPAC consent calendar. Do we vote on? Okay, we're ready. Yeah, let's vote. That passes unanimously. Member Bogus.
Thank you, sir. I move that the board adopt the remand order for case number 24-2094.
Thank you. The motion is that the board adopt the remand order for case number 24-2094. Let's vote. That passes. 10 in favor, 1 in opposition, being from myself. Member Bogus.
Thank you, sir. I move that the board approve the UPAC recommendation for case number 24-2100.
Motion before the board is that the board approves UPAC recommendation for case number 24-2100. Let's vote. That passes unanimously. Member Bogus.
Thank you, sir. I move that the board approve the UPAC recommendation for case number 24-2110.
Thank you. The motion is that the board approves UPAC recommendation for case number 24-2110. Let's vote. That passes unanimously. Member Bogus.
Thank you, sir. I move that the board approve the UPAC recommendation for case number 24-2119.
Thank you. The motion is that the board approves UPAC recommendation for case number 24-2119. Let's vote. That passes unanimously. Member Bogus.
Thank you, sir. The final motion is that I approve, I apologize. The final motion is that the board approve the UPAC recommendation for case number 24-2181.
Thank you. The motion then is that the board approves UPAC recommendation for case number 24-2181. Let's vote. That passes unanimously. Member Bogus?
If you're seeking a final motion, I move to adjourn.
Not yet.
Oh, well then, I have no further motions, sir.
Appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you for your help on that. Moving to, thank you. I appreciate that. Moving to agenda item number 17. This is a board chair's report. I don't have anything to report to you other than you guys should have received an email regarding the superintendent search. I know many of you submitted some questions. We appreciate your feedback, and we are continuing to meet regularly to go over this. We feel like there has been a lot of traffic and on this post, and so we're looking forward to the opportunity. There was, I believe the closing date, help me out, committee members, April 18th, 14th, thank you. April 14th is the closing date on that, and then the committee will see applicants at that time. So that's my report. With that, let's move to agenda item 18, board member comments. And so we'll open that up if any board members would like to make any comments at this time. Member Kelly.
I recognize and just want to acknowledge that there were two agenda items today that were fairly controversial, and I want to just generally thank the board members for their professionalism and how that was dealt with. Wanted to publicly apologize to board member Bogus in terms of there was a lot of miscommunication and there were some things that I felt bad about concerning her resolution. My final vote was against the resolution, but I do believe that the intent of the resolution is important and something that we need to look at. But broadly speaking, I think that the board handled both of those topics with professionalism, and wanted to thank the board for that.
Thank you. Member Lear?
Just wanted to say I appreciate the updates you've given us on the superintendent search, and would appreciate a continued process like that where we're informed when your committee meets and or when there's, even if it's to say the committee meet and there are no changes, and how many applicants there are, and eventually, and that kind of stuff. I think it makes it gives more credibility to the language in the statute that says, or in the Constitution that says the board shall choose the superintendent. So thank you for that.
Thank you. Member Booth.
Just wanted to thank you for the opportunity to serve with you, and to acknowledge that sometimes I wear my heart on my sleeve, and I've recognized that for about 74 years. And I apologize for the emotions that were in the middle of reading a simple letter, but I appreciate your understanding and appreciate the opportunity to express what I'm really feeling in my heart. I am grateful for the opportunity of working with you side by side and finding solutions. I don't think that any of us on this board are against hard work and doing whatever it takes to make sure that our kids are getting the very best that we can offer. And sometimes the very best we can offer is not enough yet, but we can keep working towards that. And I appreciate the contributions that each of you are making to the ability for us to work together and find solutions. I'm also very grateful for our staff and Superintendent Dixon. We don't have very many more chances to say thank you, but you're awesome, and we're grateful for the privilege of backing you up and working with you. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Member Booth. With that, we'll move on to our final agenda item and seek a final motion. Motion to adjourn by Member Carey. Any second? Second by Member Rod. All in favor? Aye. Member Hall. Sorry, Rod. Any opposed? All right. With that snafu, let's get out of here.